Hello, everybody. TCH Live, and we are back with a rebroadcast here of our final table from the PokerAtlas Tour, the 500K main event. So we're jumping straight into it as Evelyn here with a couple of 10s and the best hand at the moment. Facing a bet of 400,000 from Aggie Chris.
Funny we were talking about that hand. That's the exact flop. I mean, not the same.
And Evelyn is going to release the 10s. Aggie will take it down, and this time doesn't look like he showed, but he is going to take this one down. So, all right, so we're hopping back into it. We had some technical difficulties the other day as this was being played out on the stage here at TCH Social in Austin. So we're hopping back in. For those of you who are just now joining us or may have forgotten, Kim Stone was our first elimination. Going out in 9th place, taking home a tidy sum of 8,000 and change. Let's see if I have the graphics here for the payouts. I do not. So it looks like we're going to have to look at those as the stream progresses. So this is just a rebroadcast, of course, but we're watching it together. So here we are. Evelyn here going to release the suited one gapper in the cutoff. She has dropped down below 3 million now. Frank here looks down at an ace on the button. He's all in. Rita D is out of there with her crumbs. And Manny here dominating ace suited as well. Should be an easy call off. Doesn't seem to love it, but yeah, these are sort of the spots where your opponent is going to be jamming a lot lighter than ace-9. And sure enough, Manny way out in front. Frank going to need some help. Can he find a 3 or a wheel? A deuce would bring in the wheel, but instead it's going to run out clean for the ace-9. The 9 is kicking on this board, and Frank is going to be eliminated. 8th place. Fantastic run. Congratulations to Frank for the deep run here. As Manny chips up to just under 10 million. All right, so from what I understand, after eliminations, we are going to see the payouts pop up on screen. Unfortunately, because of the technical difficulties we've been dealing with, I can't call that up at will. All right, $11,060 there for our 8th place finisher. 7th place. Wish I could hold these up on the screen for a little bit longer. I think it was 14,000 change. So that's what we'll be looking for on our next elimination. Rita here down under 400,000 with 125K for the big blind. So she's got the rest of this orbit to find a hand, get it in there, and try to double up.
I showed up on my table yesterday. I'm like,
thank you.
Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. And we're just kind of jumping into this here on TCH Live social media accounts. Didn't give you guys a lot of heads up on it, but we're doing what we can with what we've got. Here we are. All right, New here looks down at the ace-jack suited. Going to open it up from the hijack. Manny sitting on that big old pile of chips. King-9 suited in the small blind. Kind of an awkward spot here, as New has one of the deeper stacks at the table. And he would be playing this hand out of position if he wanted to get in the mix. I mean, it's not a terrible just like 3-bet candidate, right? You exert maximum pressure on this middling stack, or even a pretty good sized stack for New. With Rita sitting on 3 big blinds, right? I mean, King-9 suited there. Bam, drop the hammer. Just 4x the open. And even ace-jack suited, right? Like, what do? Do you really want to call? Do you want to put a quarter of your stack out there and play this guy? When Rita is just like ready to go out the door? No, probably not. But instead, Manny does let it go. Big blind folds, and New picks up some
What
chip.
was she thinking?
Hey, you're at the final table, they're not.
Yeah, that's what they were telling me. They were like, they're going to be talking from the rails. You're there and they're not. I was like, I get it, but they're going to be like, what is she thinking? I'm like, I go off feelings, okay? If I feel it, I do it.
So far.
All right.
Yeah.
Little insight there for Evelyn. Plays off of intuition and feeling. Love to see it. Love to hear it.
275K.
New here going to get after it.
Blinds went up, so 300 is the bet.
And whoa, blinds did go up. 75, 150 now. Puts Rita in even more of a tough spot. She's got just a shade over 2 big blinds now, 2.5.
C6 fold, C9 fold, C1 fold.
So pretty spicy open here from New in early position with the bigger stacks behind him.
Heads up.
With the small pair. Scotty defends from the big blind. These two players bang on 5 million and just a little bit more. And that is a pretty good flop for threes. Hope everybody is having a fantastic day. Welcome into the stream. Let me know in the chat how you're doing today. As we do get a small continue here from New. Goes for the very small down bet continue. Of course, Scotty is going to be like way, way, way behind New's opening range. So he doesn't need to go very big, but the exact holdings there, the threes, would really love to get the 2 overcard holdings out of the way. Something like Queen 10 with a backdoor flush draw or something like that, that might just peel one off for the small bet, but gets it through nonetheless. New, of course, working there with the lucky horseshoe that he found the morning of this final table. Wow, what? Manny just folds 9s? We must have had a misread there. Something can't be right about that. We see the muck pile right next to Manny's scanner, so perhaps a mucked hand interacted with that in some way. I just cannot imagine folding 9s at all. Ooh, big collision here. Elon raising the button. Scotty looks down at the ace 10 and bumps it up. 825. And button versus small blind here. I mean, Rita's over there with dust, but this hand is probably just too good to be folding, right? I mean, don't we just stuff this in and hope for the best? Indeed, that is what we opt for as Elon. And Scotty now going to ask for a count. This is a little bit awkward too, because I think Scotty put 825 out there. So it's going to be like 1.9 to win a pot that's going to be like 5.5 million. So, I mean, getting a pretty darn good price. Ace 10 shrivels up a whole heck of a lot, though, when you get 4-bet jammed on. I mean, best case scenario here, if you make the call, Elon turns over 2 9s or something, right? And that's not going to happen at a very high frequency compared to getting shown the dominating ace or, you know, the pocket jacks, queens, kings, you know, things of that nature. So while it is a pretty decent price, Scotty here, I think, can just preserve the 4.2 million and not go for the big call off, right? Because if he puts those chips out there, he would then become one of the shorter stacks at the table if he doesn't get lucky and win. So I presume Scotty's just going to mull this over and let it go. Let me know in the chat, what would you guys do?
I deal at TCH in Dallas.
Oh, do you?
You hear that, Megan? TCH dealer. See what I'm saying here? I just noticed all these little circles.
Yeah.
Well, Scotty's still in the tank here.
It's weird. I don't really add much.
just a really big spot, right? Like if you put these chips out there and lose, like you are going to be in a real bad way. Obviously, you put the chips in and win. Now all of a sudden you are, you know, solidly in second position there behind Manny, and with position you can do a lot of work. But yeah, I think a wise decision.
Probably a bad fold.
Scotty doesn't love it. It's probably a bad fold. Well,
Get that quick feedback.
good fold in the moment. It's well behind the ace queen.
A live tournament one time with no hole cards.
No
It,
full card?
a broadcast.
Probably didn't do
Oh.
well.
I loved it. I absolutely loved it. You know, you could see who was pushing the table and who was,
6 full.
you know, making all the action and whatnot. But
9 all in.
Nirvana says, good afternoon. Well, hello to you, and he made the right lay down. Yeah, I mean, we can certainly see the cards there and see that it was. But I think even just given the price and his opponent's 4-bet jamming range, at least the likelihood of that. Oh my goodness.
3 full.
Elon folds the ace-10 for 2.5 blinds to knock out a player here. Ace-10, a very strong hand.
375.
Oh my goodness. And New here, he's just going to make the call with any 2 cards. He's got a 5 deuce.
I don't like that.
And Elon just laid down the dominating ace. Wow, there's a deuce on the flop, though. New drills it, and it gets even better. Drawing dead on the turn is Rita D.
Great game. Great game.
Good play with the plan.
Enjoy playing with you.
at 5-3.
Fantastic run for Rita. Managed to ladder up. She came into the final table with 6 big
Two
blinds.
letters from the
Outlasted
That's-
2
that's not
players to
terrible.
ladder up to 7th place. So instead of taking home 8,000, she takes home 14,000 and change. We'll get the payouts here up on the screen in just a moment. But a fantastic run for Rita D. $14,170. So a nice little 5K plus ladder up there
Came back
from
day 2.
9th place. Next player going out is going to get 18,000 and change. So the paydays just keep getting bigger and bigger.
Hold on, guys.
Yeah, I tell you.
And yeah, so far the
That's the one I was
carnage.
most
Sorry, go
concerned
ahead and
about.
scan them
was
again.
the
I
other
was
They're on
dealing
the
the
far
mic
end of the
in. I
table.
apologize. Go ahead and just scan the cards.
Because when I looked at her on Hindenburg, her wins look a lot like my wins.
Okay, make sure we're holding in turn.
Oh, sorry.
It looked like he was just folding.
I thought you were holding my bad.
No, my bad. She just asked me to put in the
Oh, okay.
All right, after the little bit of confusion here pre-flop, we are
125K.
moving along. Hand number 48. Manny opening it up. Pocket 3s. Now 7-handed, so under the gun is the low jack, I believe. Queen 7 offsuit here for Evelyn. Doesn't feel it. I'll let it go.
Well, check it out, everybody. We've all made 10 grand in an hour.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was a lawyer or something. Damn it. So gonna keep those.
I know, you wanted to keep them as a souvenir.
Absolutely. Walk around and put it with my Ron Burgundy costume.
All right, so Evelyn now the short
Keep it
stack.
classy, you know.
2 full.
Just a shade under 20 big blinds. So really not that short. Everybody else sitting on 20 plus.
We'll figure it out. It's not really a question that'll be.
What?
It'll be
I
David.
hope it wasn't a pocket 8.
Did I had pocket 8s?
I hope it wasn't.
I didn't have pocket 8s.
Take
Alright.
5 bets.
I feel better already.
Eights are unlikely. Threw one of those in the muck.
Queen 10 suited on the button here for New.
Take 6 full.
Possible jam spot there from Evelyn. with the rag ace.
So besides the holiday,
But
I'm stressed
she's
out.
not
The
interested.
reason I know I'm going to win this thing. I never ever sell action, right? So my wife is wanting me to help her hang pictures and do shit around the house yesterday,
Heads up.
which I want, or Saturday, which I want no part of. Right. So any excuse to get out of there is welcome.
Aggie Chris. Letting it all out here.
Anyway, so the text about $300,000 overlay comes through Saturday morning. It's not so far away. I can get here for the 5 o'clock flight. I actually got here a half an hour late for the 2 o'clock satellite. This is how I got into this thing.
Oh wow.
But anyway, long story short, as I'm walking out the door, she gives me $200 and she says she wants to buy a piece of my action. I'm like, I never sell action. Just don't.
425.
The good news is
425.
so the 200 she gave me, I used 120 on the satellite, won that, got into the flight, made it here. So yesterday, before we really got started, I said, okay, I need to know. Actually, it was late Saturday before we ever got to the money. I told her you can have your $80 change in 20%, or I keep the 80 and you get 33%.
Wow.
Well, she gave me 200. I mean, you get it, right?
Yeah.
120 cost or 200 cost?
Down.
Anyway, I told her I'm going to ride her ass forever about it because she wanted the 80 change in 20%.
That was the best story ever. This is his wife he's talking about, right? This is incredible. This is my favorite story I think I've ever heard at the final table.
The beautiful thing is that camera pops on just as I was saying it too.
Oh sure.
Thank you.
Oh, well done, Aggie Chris. Well, everybody gets a little something, you know? It's Christmas time, so you and the lady get a little something, something out of this. So, yeah, she's getting a nice chunk of change off of that $200 investment. I guess $120 investment, excuse me. She wanted the $80 change back. So $120 investment, 20%. Pretty darn good result. All right, King 9 suited here for Evelyn on the button. Opens it up. Gets through the chip leader, but Elon over here, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly, by the way. But it is going to be a jam with the 2 red 10s. Covers Evelyn's stack here. Just about, what is that, 15 big blinds behind, maybe a tad under that. Pretty nasty spot to call off, as you may have live cards, but yeah, you're going to be up against substantially better than King 9 every time. Evelyn takes one more peek here. Evelyn did say that she goes by feeling, not necessarily, you know, putting too much onus on, you know, what the cards are or perceived ranges, things like that. But does get out of the way of this one, which I think is wise.
The world, but 9, 8, 7.
So good.
Just throwing it out there.
I'm like, so good, I'm not worried.
Tell him it's Aggie math.
It didn't exactly go in that order, did it?
I think it went opposite of
Well,
order,
you know what?
actually.
That means you're host. It went 7, 8, 9. Eh? I'm with her.
The Aggie
At
math joke
first.
got him.
Like at first, yeah, right? All of a sudden now we're singing a different tune there.
4-fold.
Hey,
5-fold.
I'll have you know, that was hilarious in my mind. Maybe not so much in reality.
6-fold.
Manny here really not attacking from late position with the big stack here. Not saying that 9-4 suited is just like, you know, the most amazing hand ever, but he's got Both of these players in the blinds covered. Suited cards. Evelyn's down at like 15 big blinds. 14 maybe even. So can apply a lot of pressure here, but Elon limps the small blind, gets raised. And has one of these hands that's almost better as a limp, and then if you get raised, you jam it, than to call. But Elon is going to make the call in a dominated position. And here we go. Ace-high flop would be pretty nasty. Instead, we get a gut shot here for Elon. 2 overcards for Scotty. And this is definitely not the kind of board you had in mind when your opponent limps and calls, but I think more often than not, they're going to have some sort of like Broadway cards. And not all the way down in the 9 territory. Like, yes, 9-8 suited, 10-9 suited, stuff like that, but wouldn't have hated a continuation bet there. Just, you know, that board shouldn't actually interact with your opponent's range too much. Doesn't really matter here. We check through. Scotty picks up top pair, and it's a free river card, so Elon got every chance to hit the gut shot, but it's just going to end with ace high. And honestly, yeah, you just kind of check here. Your 6 isn't playing. You're playing the king and the 9 on board for kickers, so see if you can get to showdown, maybe chop with another hand like ace-8 or something.
875.
Scotty, though,
875.
875? I was like, that's not what he
goes for about 2/3 here.
Megan, are you here for the duration?
Don't think so. I think they're changing them out every hour.
In Dallas, it's generally for the duration.
I think it's different when it's tournaments here versus cash, but I don't know. Either way.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what Scotty would be value betting here.
I can, but
Check, check, flop, check, check, turn, in position.
I've never. I'm
Now betting
qualified to do
river.
it. I've
I mean, a
never
5
even
makes
tried
some
to get
sense.
on.
Ace-5,
I'm sure. Huh? Yeah.
Is the stream still down?
but you know,
I was voluntold last week.
not a lot of those combos, especially if you only think of
Voluntold.
suited combos raising pre-flop. Just the ace-5 of spades. Outside of that, yes, maybe. Some kings that check back just to kind of induce a bluff on the river. Maybe get to this exact scenario, get called light. But it's also kind of tricky, right? Like queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, those sorts of hands that might have tried to attack the limp. They probably just bet the turn, right? Pick up a little equity. If they didn't bet the flop, right? Like, I think jack 10 bets the flop, but maybe like queen jack or something, just like checks it back, picks up a gut shot. You got to bet there, right? So like you just don't beat any of the
Same thing happened to TCH Houston last night.
sort of Broadway hands that might exist. Does find the fold. Scotty takes it down.
Cool. All right.
So for those of you who were tuned in the other night, I was joined on the broadcast by my good friend Mike Maroney from Las Vegas. And not only did he make it all the way through day 2,
Was there yesterday?
the following day,
Yeah.
but he made it through day 3 as well.
Oh, so it's not
So
PokerAtlas,
Michael
it's
Maroney,
Texas
one of
card.
61 players
Go to
coming back today for day 4
TexasCardHouse.com, click on
of the 10K main event WPT Championship
or PokerAtlas.
out at the Win.
Click on that. It'll
Well,
get you into the
Playing for
section.
3.3 million up top,
Kind of
so
comforting knowing
And
there's
then
no
click on
audience right
tournament
now.
updates.
send out some
That's where you
good
find
vibes
those
for my
guys.
buddy
Come
Mike P. Keep an
Dude's actually
update or
pretty
keep an
funny.
eye on his updates and see how things are going for him throughout the stream, as we are going to be locked in here for quite a while longer. I do have
One bet, 345
knowledge of
K.
how long this goes, and we are just getting started. So everybody grab a beverage, grab a snack, kick back, relax, as we are locked in. All right, looks like we've maybe got a little bit of an issue scanning Manny's cards. Is going to open from the cutoff.
4 call.
And of the hands we can see, Aggie Chris defending the big blind with a 10-8-0.
I appreciate you giving me the right odds to give it a look,
275.
but I missed completely.
All right, Aggie Chris is out of there. All right, so we've got all kinds of cool stuff going on here at all of our Texas Card House locations. Here at TCH Social in Austin on December 27th and the 28th between 1 and 9 p.m. we got high hand drawings, $1,000 cash, 500 cash, 250 cash, and then also 500 in free time and 250 in free time. So all sorts of cool prizes going to be given away here at TCH Social in Austin. If you're up in the Dallas area, you can get 9 for $99 all through the rest of this month. So get a little discount on your time. And don't forget that here at the end of the month, coming up in just about a week, we've got the New Year Bang 500K guaranteed, replacing the usual even bigger stack. So we've got a real nice guarantee on this one, $500 buy-in. And then also there's the extra tourney, the 50K guarantee on January 1st. Starts at 10 a.m., $250 buy-in. I will be calling the final table there on New Year's Day for that tournament, so come on back and join me on New Year's Day for the final table of that one. We'll see who comes home with the lion's share of that 500K guaranteed prize pool. Aggie Chris here getting after it from the small blind with 2 black 10s. See if New has anything to work with.
What? You said you had the
Broadway
black hand?
cards here.
What you shoved on me with, and I'll tell you what I bet with. If
All
you
right.
care.
Sure, I'll do that.
You're not gonna lie, right?
You're not going to lie, right?
Ace king? Yeah, I had ace queen that one. Yeah.
Ace queen?
Yeah. You had a pair?
No,
Nines?
I had ace 10.
Oh, well, good call then.
I wanted to call it off so bad. But
4 bet.
Ace, ace, deuce here on the flop. Pretty good flop for the 10s.
I only asked because the stream's down.
And just hammers away at it. That's 500K.
Yeah, that'll be it.
Just in case.
Half pot.
They're still recording.
Yeah.
Shows New the
That is
10.
my time.
Yeah.
Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, maybe if you go a little bit slower there, or a little bit smaller,
Go back to road.
you get called by the king jack, which may not actually be what you want. So
Yeah, they're still
just
supposed to be
powers it
recording.
through there. And with that, we're going to get a dealer change here, and I'll tell you about some of the other cool things that we got going on. For one, we've got the Hijack Poker app,
Your tag.
courtesy of Texas Card House. You can play online, you can earn real cash, and you can get 20 bucks when you sign up with the referral code TCHL20.
Fair point.
Scan the code there on your screen or go to hijackpoker.com to check it out. Legal
This is
online app poker here in the state of Texas. Pretty cool stuff.
2 tournaments, 2
Cole, don't take this personal, but that last game
And I
was
told
right
you guys
there.
about the drawings going on the 27th and the 28th. We've also got additional drawings going on the 19th and the 31st.
That's why I said
The
I would
12 days of Christmas cash giveaway. If you play for 60 hours, you'll get 1 ticket. And for every extra 5 hours, you gain an additional ticket with no cap. And you do not need to be present to win. So come on down, play with us here at TCH Social in Austin, accumulate all those tickets, and get yourself in the drawing for 1K, 2K, and 3K cash prizes going on here, leading on up to Christmas and New Year's. All right, hand number 54, Elon here, hijack, a couple of 7s.
I'm a Navy guy. You have to have a good turnover. When you
And
release
New
somebody.
making the call from the small blind
C6 folds.
with the 9-8 suited.
Trying to figure
There's a
out
couple of overcards here against
It's
Heard that.
pair of 7s.
waiting on you
Big
for
flop.
YMCA, is that what you're thinking?
no.
Am I waiting on you for flops?
No, I keep trying to figure out a way to make a Christmas song out of Felix the Navy Dad. Feliz Navidad.
C5 checks.
It's, I don't know, I've been
C2
chewing
bet
on it in my head for a
600,000.
few days, and it's stupid every time. I think the starting
Fantastic flop for the
awful.
sevens.
C5 folds.
And with no
All I do is
piece
just make it worse.
and just 2 overs with no spade. 9-8 goes by the wayside. Take a look at the stack here. Evelyn drifting after going down through the blinds.
Down here on the bottom.
Still at about 12 and a half big blinds here. She's going to pay the small blind, so she'll have 12 bigs after this hand if she does not accumulate any chips. Far and away the shortest stack here. Everyone else feeling pretty healthy, up over 30 bigs. Or right around 30 or more. Or right around 30 or more, I should say.
C2 fold, C3 fold, C4 fold, C5 fold, C6 fold.
Wow. All right. Easy game here for Manny. Picks up
Well
the
played, sir.
small blind for free. For everybody who's been following the Trailblazer Tour, that event kicks off today at the Rio Grande Valley location, Texas Card House. 25K starting stack. You get 5K additional if you started on time.
Like I said, I had 5
Daily flights at 1 and at 6. So I guess you missed the early bird special for the 1 o'clock flight. Of course, you can still get into that one with late registration going for a couple of hours yet. But yeah, 60K guarantee, $175 buy-in, 8% will advance to day 2.
I'm glad
You get 2 times your leaderboard points for playing down at the Rio Grande Valley during the Trailblazer Tour. And there's some other cool events going on as well, so check it out. Scan the code there, go to texascardhouse.com, navigate to the RGV page, or you can go to PokerAtlas and get all the information there
I've also got you on
for that
the left
tournament
to worry
and
about.
the others in the series.
C2 calls.
Because then I can re-raise. Get you out.
Heads up.
All right, Elon defending the big blind against the under the gun open.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Scotty here
C2 checks.
drilling top.
C3 bets 200,000.
Well,
Quarter pot
I
continuation,
wonder
good
when you
enough.
push me off with anything unless you're just crazy strong. Because I mean, it's an opportunity to
Probably happy to let a player get
put another 4,000 in the bank. You know, just
Okay.
2 of us against her. But
So let me know in the chat. Who do you guys think is going to win?
Just let me know. I can let her know.
I'm still waiting on that knuckle sandwich.
Still?
Absolutely. Another one of those jokes that was never funny. Just
Is Manny going to ride the chip lead
Luckily, I
to
laugh
the
at
top
everything,
spot?
so you'll get one out of me.
Evelyn make a
little
comeback?
courtesy chuckle.
One of these other players in between get some momentum and distance themselves from the pack. We shall see. So we've got many hours yet to go. Aggie Chris, off-suited
C4
Ace.
raises 400,000.
Gonna take it up a little bit bigger,
C5
which is his style. Bigger than the 2x min open, I should say.
C6 fold. C1 fold. C2 folds. C3 calls.
Scotty defends with the red 6s.
Heads up.
And 2 overcards, but neither of them
Checks.
connecting with Aggie Chris's hand. Quick check and a check back. Pretty good card here on the turn for Scotty, as Aggie Chris shouldn't have a ton of 8s that check this flop.
C4 calls.
Does go for the probe, 275, and Aggie Chris makes the call. Gonna need to find an ace or a 9 on the end, and does not. It's another 8. Fantastic card here for Scotty.
C3 checks.
And he's gonna check and give Aggie Chris an opportunity to bluff at this. I was gonna say
C4 bets
that Aggie Chris is
450,000.
probably gonna show up with a lot of ace X here, and a small little block bet could just get paid by Scotty. But this is going to work out really well. He's going to go for the check. Aggie Chris bets 450, which is like 1/3 pot, not even.
3 calls.
And yeah, so this is
Pairs
going to
good
be
if you
some
got it.
easy money for Scotty. Aggie Chris there, I
call.
think, had a hand that, you know, could definitely float the turn at some frequency. And then when you get checked to on the river, I think you just happily show down your ace-9 high. You're not going to get better hands to fold. So really nice play there by Scotty, and a little bit of a misstep perhaps by Chris. But as we look at the chip counts there, Scotty solidifying himself in second position.
Better.
And again, Evelyn on 12 big blinds, and the big blind approaches in a couple of hands.
Okay. User error. Okay. Did it move? Okay. Okay.
Torched a million with some bullshit. Way to go, Chris.
C5 folds.
Evelyn's turn to wield the sixes. And with 12 big blinds here, this is a pretty good spot to just put it all in there. Try to pick up the blinds and antes, and if you get called,
6 raises 350,000.
see all 5 with a pair, but she has other ideas. Gonna just raise it to 350,000.
C3 folds. C4 calls.
Scotty's in there with the queen jack. Can he find a pair?
I check.
C4 checks.
2 kings and a 9. Scotty picking up a gut shot. Oh, excuse me. Wait, what happened to the queen jack here? All right, I just totally missed out on
C4 checks.
who was actually holding the queen jack. I thought it was Aggie Chris. Instead, he's got 7-5 of clubs.
Bet 350,000.
For absolute air, picks up a gut shot on the turn, and Evelyn picks up a boat after checking back
You don't have
the
anything.
flop. Incredible turn card here.
I knew we had something in common. Damn it. Get that 6 of club and I'll play.
Fold.
Aggie Chris says, make it to 6 of clubs, and I'll go broke if I improve, which is what would have happened. So good for him that it was not. Evelyn there picking up the joint, but does not get paid.
Okay.
Bobby Filet, is this live? No, this is a rebroadcast. So this was originally scheduled to run on Monday night. We got about an hour and a half into the broadcast and then had some technical difficulties that shut us down. We were unable to get the stream back up and running, so we recorded the rest of the final table. And now we're watching it together. So this is, you know, pseudo live in that I do not know the outcome of the tournament, and I have not seen any of these hands, so I'm seeing it at the same time as you guys. I do know that this final table does go on for several more hours, though. So grab a beverage, grab a snack, kick back in your favorite park lounger, maybe lazy boy, whatever you got, and enjoy the next few hours of poker here. Manny raising it up. Pocket fours. Elon looks at ace king here in the cutoff with about 23 big blinds. And yeah, there's all the chips going in. Does make sense. I mean, if you have aces or kings or something like that, like maybe you're like, okay, I probably don't want to just like jam it. But really all your other hands, jacks, ace, king, right? Like they just benefit so much from just going all in and forcing your opponent to fold virtually everything, so you don't have to sweat the equity. So yeah, I don't think you need to do a ton of small 3-betting, even with hands like ace king. Just stuff it in there. Totally fine.
3,700,075 total.
Especially because if you do 3-bet small, and he comes along and you see some dusty 9-high flop or whatever,
Can I get a
now you're playing a big bloated pot, SPR, you know, under 2 with Evelyn over there on her, you know, 15 big blinds or whatever, and it's just not really a good spot unless you're ready to just go for it, you know, and sort of and get it all in with ace high for the bluff. As it stands, though, the ace king 3-bet jam gets it through pre.
That's weird. So I guess I. Okay. She's on the way to be here shortly.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, that's what I did. It's weird.
So nobody put in the chat who they think is going to win. I do not know the results here, but what I will say from what we've seen, Manny has been fairly conservative with the chip lead here and has not really been applying a ton of pressure to the middling stacks while the short stacks were in play. So we've seen maybe a little bit more aggression from Scotty. Elon also willing to get the chips in the middle. Aggie Chris, of course, has really been quite active as well. Not afraid to play pots. So
$5 whole dollars from you, young lady.
if we get a big confrontation that moves that chip lead away from Manny and to one of these other players to his left, we may see a little bit of a different dynamic. Scotty here going to take it down with a cutoff open 10-7, attacking Evelyn's big blinds there with the subpar holdings and gets it through. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing that you expect to see with the bigger stack. Scotty here, of course, solidly in second position. And once Manny's out of the hand, it's sort of free reign for him to use his stack to abuse. And I suspect we're going to see a little bit more of that as the night goes on. Bobby Filet says, let's go, Manny. All right. Well, Manny's in a great spot right now. Over 10 million.
See 2 folds. See 3 folds.
All of these players locking up a fantastic payday. $600 buy-in for this tournament. 500K guarantee. We did have overlay. So 500K in the prize pool. First place going to be $87,000. The next player to go out going to be taking home $18,000 and change. So Aggie Chris here opens the cutoff, 9-8 suited. Evelyn folds the same hand, diamond variety. But Manny here going to come along with the queen 3. Heads up to a flop. And an interesting one here, ace high. Pretty good looking board for Aggie Chris's range. Also has the gut shot to the 9-high straight. Manny, though, picking up the diamond flush draw. Backdoor straight opportunities as well.
At 2 o'clock in the morning, no hitter. You got it, right?
Looks like a bet of 600,000 here from Aggie Chris if those chips are indeed in the pot. They're pretty close to his cards, but yeah, it looks like he did bet 600,000. And this is 2/3 on an ace-high board, which is pretty chunky. There are sort of straight and flush possibilities, so I don't actually hate this at all. I think sizing up makes a lot of sense, but you are against the chip leader who isn't necessarily just going to sort of give up easily. Perhaps all the more reason to go for the size up. Aggie Chris here continues barreling after Manny picks up a pair to go with the flush draw. 1 million now. So a size down from the flop bet. Now we're a little under half pot on this bet, leaving 2.83 behind. So if Manny makes the call, there will be 4.25 million in there, and about not quite a 2/3 pot shove available for Aggie Chris on the end. How does Manny navigate this spot? Pair and a flush draw, but his opponent saying, I have an ace. seems like the spot to just check call. If you bomb it all in and your opponent does have an ace, they're just calling, right? And then you're playing for all the chips, sort of when you know you're behind. So he does just make the call. I like that play. Here we go to the river. It's another ace. And we'll see if Aggie Chris wants to rep the whole kit and caboodle here. Manny checks it over. And does Aggie Chris have a triple barrel bluff in him? No, he does not. He gives it up. And the queen that was best from start to finish is going to win that pot for Manny. Aggie Chris chips down under 20 big. And Manny now up at 12.5 million. Beast mode. Double the stack of Scotty almost. And now that is the kind of chip lead that really opens up the doors for abuse, if you're willing to apply the pressure. Whenever you're in a spot at a final table where there is like one player who has substantially fewer chips than most of the other people at the table, and you can double up anyone at the table and move down no lower than second place, like, you have a fantastic spot to apply pressure. You can start opening really wide. You can start 3-betting people really wide. Just so many options at your fingertips. And there's really no feeling quite like it when everyone's just like scared and trying to ladder up and really don't want to play pots. You just win 2.5 blinds like every hand or every other hand because people are just folding to you. But what we shall see how the dynamic plays out here. New going to raise it up from the cutoff, and no takers. Lions and antes only. All right, so been going through talking about all of the different little promos that we're doing here at TCH Austin as part of the 12 Days of Christmas. On December 20th and 21st between 2 and 9 p.m., you can qualify yourself for some $250 cash giveaways every 30 minutes, as well as 55-inch, 65-inch TVs, AirPods, iPads, Apple Watches, Apple HomePods, whatever that is. I've never even heard of a HomePod. It's got to be good. Or $200 cash wallet. Like, do you get the cash in a wallet? Is it like a free wallet with $200 in cash now? I don't know. Come on down, find out. Here at TCH Social in Austin. Mystery high hand gift giveaways on December 20th and 21st. That's tomorrow and the next day. Exciting stuff here at TCH Social.
Seat 1 folds, seat 2 folds. Seat 3 calls.
New the razor from the hijack. Scotty makes the call from the big blind, and Scotty connects with the top pair. This is definitely a board for New and his range. However, King Queen is sort of one of those hands where it's like you have the best non-paired hand, and so you actually have some pretty good showdown. Now, of course, you'd love it if your opponent just folded whatever they have. I mean, just something like Jack 8 or whatever just doesn't realize its equity if you bet small and they fold. The 4 pairs on the turn, and Scotty here, fantastic recognition that this is not a card that New will either have very often or that would bet the flop with very often. So he gets to bet that card, and sure enough, just takes down the pot right there with the best of it. Well played by Scotty. Aggie Chris starting the hand with about 19 bigs. in the big blind here.
Fold. Seat 6 fold. Seat 1 fold. Seat 2 makes it 300,000.
Suited ace on the button, good enough here. And Scotty
Seat 3 fold.
with a sort of spot to 3-bet. Decides against it. Aggie Chris will defend, and here we go. Heads up to a flop. 2 kings and a 10 out there. Good flop for Aggie Chris.
Seat 2 bets
Elon with
300,000.
3 spades. And the range advantage here is going to go ahead and bet 2 blinds. A little bit on the larger side given texture of the board. And now it's a full house for Aggie Chris. 10's full. And yeah, now Elon here picks up the flush draw, but that's not really the kind of board texture that you want to keep barreling on. Especially with the ace high showdown here. All of the, pocket 7s and such of the world are now counterfeit.
Seat 4 bets 600,000. 50. 650,000.
There you go.
I love the way the dealer read that one out. 600,000? 50. To bring back the 25 chip denominations, remember those? Back in the day when we all used to ante ourselves instead of the big blind. Oh man, I do not miss those days. The 75 chip ante level was so obnoxious. Everyone had to make change. You'd run out of 25 chips, because someone was hoarding them and then got moved to a new table or something. And so everybody's like, wait, we have 7 25 chips on the table. And oh God, it was just such a nightmare. I already put my ante in. Let me know in the chat if you remember those days. Does anybody think of those days with fondness? Does anybody wish that we would go back to that?
Let me help you. It wasn't the king.
I know I don't. I am a
wasn't the
huge
king.
fan of the big blind ante.
Couldn't be a 10 either.
I do remember when it first started, though, when we first
absolutely sure?
really,
We'll find out on the stream.
every tournament you went to,
Oh, I thought you said it
WSOP and, some of the other
I couldn't beat a
circuits,
10.
Okay.
just really leaned into it hard. And, people were like, wait a minute, what is this? You kind of had to figure it
I
out.
really thought you said
I remember
it
at first I
couldn't
was like,
be it.
damn,
I'm
dude,
like,
when you're in the big blind, you just get punished, right? You have to put in that whole extra big blind instead of all these small antes as you go around. And I do remember at first kind of being a little bit unsure of whether or not I liked the format. But then I played it just a few tournaments and I was like, oh yeah, this is the nuts. This is so much better. It moves faster. The dealer doesn't have to hound everybody to put their fucking antes out there. Oh God, it was so good. The future is now.
And the check.
All right, limped pot, new checks back. Let's take a flop. Heads up. Ace high. Pretty good here for new. Aggie Chris, though, says I can limp some
Seat 4
aces.
bets 225,000.
Which is certainly true. You can limp a lot of your rag aces. You don't need to be raising with those. Aggie Chris picks up a gut shot now on the turn to go with the king high. Checks now. And new here, yeah. Fantastic spot to go for a little value. 1/3 in position. Feels good. Aggie can have an 8, a 7.
4 is good.
And Aggie Chris says your 4 is good. Yeah. Maybe he bets 4, I don't know, but king high in the muck.
God, I'm such a fish.
Uh-oh. Aggie Chris lamenting his decisions. As my buddy Michael P. Day 4 about to get underway out there at the Wynn in Las Vegas. 61 players remain. 3.3 million for first. Let's go. Come on, Mike. Take it home, baby. Next player in this one going to take home $18,370. Here we are, hand number 66. Scotty with the eights.
See 5 folds.
Over to Evelyn here. She's in the big blind. King 9-0 here. Definitely a hand she can think about defending. Her body language suggests that she is not feeling it, and indeed she will let it go. Chase there, sweating his buddy, brother-in-law, new in the 5 seat there with the lucky horseshoe. And from what I understand, Chase and his brother-in-law sort of decided to play this tournament, same flight, and it was like, hey, yeah, let's go play this tournament. They got overlay, let's get after it. And Chase made a pretty deep run as well, but came up just a little bit short of a bag from what I understand. So shout out to those two guys right there. I know the family was watching on Monday night. Wish they would have been able to see the conclusion in real time along with the rest of us, but here we are. Let's see if New can make it happen.
See 6 folds.
Couple of 5s for Scotty, just going to limp. A little bit of a curious play, but this is into Manny's big blind, so perhaps just trying to, you know, sort of see a flop, maybe disguise the strength of his hand. Not sure if Scotty does a lot of limping with, you know, big hands, aces, ace, king, things like that, but mixes the 5s in here. Evelyn and Manny see a flop with Scotty. They check it to him, and he goes 225 into 600, so a little over 1/3. Evelyn here, up and down straight draw. Manny top pair, no kicker, so everybody with a little piece.
6 calls.
And this feels a little bit awkward if you're Manny with a bet and a call in front of you, but I don't think we can go folding top pair just yet. And all right, Manny says, no, we weren't thinking about folding. We are going for the check raise.
800,075. 875,000.
800,075, says the dealer. And yeah, you're just sort of, you're just kind of. Oh, Scotty's already folded here, excuse me. It shows that we're waiting for Scotty, and he did have his hood sort of up around his mouth. I thought maybe he did have a decision with his cards behind his hand or something, but no, he is out of the way. Evelyn with a decision. She's committed 225,000 here, needs to put in another 650 if she wants to see a turn. That is half of her remaining chips. So yeah, this is pretty much all in or fold for Evelyn. She was getting sort of this nice little price to just, you know, try to peel off a turn card, see if she could hit her straight. And yeah, ace high boards are always kind of tricky in limped pots. You never really know who has the best hands. But yeah, a little bit paying the price of just trying to see that turn for the given wager and not sort of getting after it herself.
How much you need, sweetheart?
She knows she has like no fold equity, right? If she goes all in here, Manny is just like obligated to call. So even if he's sort of bluffing or semi-bluffing. So now it's just, do you feel lucky? Evelyn is going to preserve her remaining chips, lets it go. And she is now under 10 big blinds.
No.
Huh?
I wasn't on a draw.
Wasn't on a draw. It couldn't get better? Can always get better, right? Probably goes the right thing to do.
Scotty here teasing and fishing for information a little bit, perhaps. But yeah, now with Evelyn down at 9 big blinds, the onus is on her to make something happen. Everybody else in a pretty comfortable position.
C3 fold.
Should just see a whole heck of a lot of folding. Aggie Chris, though, will not be folding the king-queen suited.
C6 fold. C1 fold. C2 fold.
I decided you wanted to give her a $3 tip.
Well, if you're up in the Dallas area, fear not. We've got all sorts of cool giveaways down here at TCH Social in Austin, but we've also got some good stuff going on up there in Dallas. $500 high hands at 6 p.m. and at 12 a.m., along with $200 high hands between 7 and 11. That's going to be Fridays and Saturdays all through the end of this month. So coming up here tomorrow and Saturday, as well as the following Friday and Saturday. So come on in to Texas Card House in Dallas to get in on the action. You need aces full of jacks or better. Both hole cards must play in our standard hold'em games and in Omaha quads or better with only the flop playing.
Can you rescan your cards? Yeah. Thank you.
But you already make a big hand. May as well get paid a little extra as well, right? Why not?
C5 folds.
Queen Jack here for Evelyn. 9 big blinds. And wow, we are not jamming. Evelyn here is committed to playing as just a small raise. We can see here Manny with the pocket tens would not be folding to a jam. Looks like now he's going to 3-bet.
C1 raises to 1.2 million.
And either this is going to give Evelyn an out, or she's going to play for it all one way or another.
1.2 million.
Remember, the big blind is 150K, so a million is like 7 big blinds. There it is. Evelyn's all in with the Queen Jack.
C1 calls.
Manny makes the call, and here we go. Cards on their back. Evelyn with 2 overs. Gonna need to find a queen or a jack to stick around in this tournament. She is on her feet. And there we go. Queen on the flop. Now it's Manny who needs to improve, and way behind. 10 and a 10 only. Doesn't come. Evelyn gets the big double up there through the chip leader. And just like that, she's back up to 20 big blinds.
1.325.
And it looks to me like the players went on a break. We did have the power of editing, since this was pre-recorded, to go ahead and skip that break, so we're right back into the action. fresh off of Evelyn's double up. Her and New now bang on same chip stack. Elon right there with her as well. Right where they're with them. Words are hearts. And Aggie Chris just barely above that. So it's really just Manny and Scotty who have distanced themselves here. 4 players, all roughly the same. And since they went on the break, that should indicate a level up. And indeed, we've got 100K, 200K.
You haven't done it yet.
100K, 200K for the blinds.
Can they not on a rail or anything?
300K is, excuse me, 3 million is only 15 big blinds. So we've got 4 players right around 15 to 17 big blinds. Chips could start moving here pretty soon.
Hold on.
First hand back from break. New wakes up with the queens under the gun.
C2 and C3. Everybody folds.
Can I get the $12 from me?
Oh, you paid for it?
Yeah. You're in the middle of a hand, and
Appreciate it.
she's not supposed to mess with you while you're doing that.
Keep the change.
Thank you. That's actually what I gave her.
Perfect.
That's exactly what I gave her.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
That's a good man right there.
My pleasure.
The opponent's in a hand.
When they force
The
you to
food
do the
arrives.
level
They
1
need to be
training,
paid for,
you'll know.
for the food, and just take care of it for your table mate. High class.
Emphasis on the force. And to do it 3 times. Stupid. Thought of
Blackjack
arguing
hand here
with
for
another
Evelyn.
chicken sandwich seller.
So that last time,
Manny, though, still with the chip lead. Has Scotty with the second largest stack on the button, but he is going to open the ace-3. I think definitely not be shy about opening and utilizing the power of the big stack here. Queen 4 off for New in the big blind. Pretty rough one to defend, but he is going to peel one off. To a flop we go. 9-7-6, 2-tone. That is a big blind sort of flop. If Manny wants to just check this back with the ace high, he does. And it drills the ace on the turn. And if you're new, you were like, all right, just like put some raggy, nonsense out there, a 2 or a 3 or something, and I can just bet at this. But the ace, not what he had in mind.
Are you a card house employee?
C1 bets.
Are you a card house employee?
625,000.
You know what I'm talking about the all one thing, right?
the what?
The My Pleasure level 1 service training thing.
Like our foods of success?
Well, that's part of it.
Are you an employee?
Yeah, I'm a dealer in Dallas.
You're doing in Dallas. Thanks. I love to go to Dallas. I go there quite
Manny
often.
takes it down.
I could do good in the tournament. Well, I used to do good in the tournament in Dallas, but I do really well in cash. Most holiness.
It's there's a lot of action.
Oh yeah, definitely. No doubt. So I don't mind taking a 4-hour drive.
I was teasing Cole about the whole My Pleasure thing.
Oh.
I watched all the videos, but I don't think I caught that.
No, if you had to endure that crap, you would know.
I would know.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad. I know we have suits of success, but I
What do you
only
mean?
work here 1 day a week. So
Safety's the
give
most
me some
important
credit.
thing? Oh my God, who would have thought?
I know y'all are being recorded.
I don't care. If I can say it in the break room, I can say it here.
Seat 1 raises to 450,000.
Aggie Chris, no filter. I love it. All right, Manny going to open it up here. Ace-8. Elon, ace-7 suited next to Ag, but yeah, it's a little bit rough.
3 folds.
Hell, even Scotty's out of the way with 7s. My goodness.
5 folds.
A lot of respect being paid to Manny's open there.
450?
Yes.
14 big blinds here for Evelyn. She's going to make the call. And she's in a little bit of a rough situation. Neither player connects with the board. The 8 is kicking. And likely will be by the time we get to the river if nobody improves.
Call. Min raise.
8-6 checks.
Having the 8 is really good here for Manny. Blocks a lot of Evelyn's continues here, but happy to just check back. And pairs that 8 now on the turn. Second pair top kicker for Manny. Evelyn picks up a gut shot on the bottom end, and she is going to attack here for a small size, 2 1/4.
Well, I guess you just gotta do here.
I mean, she might just have the best hand, right? If like King 10, King Jack, something like that, just checks back this flop. And she can just sort of try to muscle that hand out of the way. But Manny going nowhere with the pair of 8s, and with 1.65 in the middle, we get a jack on the end. 4-liner to a straight. Any 10 makes that straight. And Evelyn reaching for more chips, but not very many. She goes for a tickle here. 200,000. She bets 1 big blind. The 1 big blind bluff on the river. Third pair is all Manny has here. But it's 1 big blind.
Player seat 1 is all in.
And Manny's like, no, you don't have a 10. Whatever you have is no good. Maybe my 8's no good. So he just rips it all in. Fantastic awareness here from Manny. I mean, he could just hero call with the third pair, but he would hate to lose to a jack or something, right? Like maybe Evelyn just somehow gets here with, you know, a random jack 5 or something. Picks up the gut shot, bets the turn. Now river's a jack and just sort of tries to get this little block through, but Manny drops the hammer and chips up to nearly 14 million. Back to the danger zone for Evelyn. 10 big blinds.
They gave us when we did that training.
Yeah. Yeah, I work here. I just work here on the weekends.
That's why I never see you. I never work weekends.
I work, yeah. I'm a host.
Oh, cool. That's big blind. 2 and 2.
So what was it? Safety, courtesy, efficiencies in there. Forget the other one.
Yeah, I would fail that test.
It might have been accuracy. I don't remember.
Sounds like Aggie Chris
I always
needs a
thought the suits
refresher
thing was kind of a just do your job
on
right, don't be an idiot.
the handbook.
C3
Rebel Poker asks, does the PokerAtlas Tour have their own dealers and tournament staff? Certainly they do have their own tournament staff. So Justin Hammer doing the tournament directing for the PokerAtlas Tour here at Texas Card House in Austin. Not exactly sure. I believe that he does all of them, but don't hold me to that. As far as the dealers go, there are some dealers that will come in from either other locations or from out of town to deal these tournaments, but a lot of them are just going to be the local card room folks. Heads up to a flop between Scotty and Manny, the 2 biggest stacks at the table. Neither player connects.
C3 bets 200,000.
Scotty continues for 200, and Manny makes the call with the bottom end of the gut shot. Picks up a double gutter now, as Scotty picks up a gut shot of his own.
one checks.
This is a good card for Scotty to represent, as he'll have the king queens, the ace queens,
3 checks.
the ace kings, etc. that just get to continue barreling here, but decides to check back, as he might do with something like Jack 10 or something, I suppose. 1.5 million in the middle. Manny here with just 10 high, bricking out the double gutty. And he's just over it. He's just done with it. Checks one final time, and Scotty's going to get to show down the ace-queen high winner. Interesting plays there, I would say, from both players. I think both had opportunities to kind of seize that one, but ace-queen high is the best of it. And Scotty now just a smidge under 900,000 plus times 10, whatever. 9 million. Word I'm looking for. 9 million.
Did you think I'm lying if I said I was calling up to 700?
I don't know. I would have had to bet it.
All right, Evelyn's on the button with 9 bigs.
I didn't think I could credibly rep much there.
C3 full. C4 raises to 525.
Aggie Chris off of 15 bigs.
C5 full.
Any pair I was definitely.
All in.
C6 is all in.
10, 7, queen.
Yeah, more than a 2x open here from Aggie Chris, so putting out a good chunk of change. Evelyn looks down at the Cowboys, stuffs in the 9 bigs.
1.8, 50,000.
And Elon seems interested here. This is a spot where you just see some snap mucks with most of the range, right? This is an open and a 3-bet jam in front. Perhaps Elon actually has a real hand here. Don't have it scanned in at the moment, but it is going to go in the muck nonetheless. And back over to Aggie Chris here. Oh, it was King Queen. Okay. Feels like a snap muck to me, but I understand it is a pretty hand. Aggie Chris here looking at putting in like 6 more big blinds, something like that, to see all 5 and maybe eliminate a player. But if he does so and loses, Aggie Chris would then be by far the shortest stack at the table. So does he want to gamble with the ace-6? Evelyn here been playing fairly snug. You wouldn't expect her to just 3-bet jam, you know, King Jack or something that you're ahead of. So I'd actually be pretty surprised if he commits the chips here. This would be a gutty gamble. We're doing some math though, perhaps just thinking 6 big blinds, whether she's got a pair or not, like the ace is gonna hit somewhere around 30% of the time. We can see that is, you know, the equity that he's being laid. So
There's no good answer here.
6 blinds into a pot that goes up to 20, you know, it's like 20 some blinds. I mean, he's getting a good price.
Very easily. Whatever I do is wrong.
But it's just
guaranteed.
real tricky to want to put the chips in now when you know you're probably light years behind. He does make the call, and Evelyn at risk, but way out in front. She's got 70% equity with these kings. Aggie Chris needs to spike an ace or some sort of goofy. Oh, never mind. He doesn't have ace-6. He's got 2 6s. Oh, I'm surprised he didn't snap this in earlier then. E6 seems like a very shruggy, like, oh God, I don't know about this call, but 6s. Well, looks like a 6, but it's upside down. No help yet for Aggie Chris. Evelyn on the verge of a double up, and she does.
That's him.
4.2 million going the way of Evelyn. She's got a real stack now, 21 bigs. Chris though is gonna chip down, to 6 big blinds. Danger zone here for Chris.
Of course, if we're gonna do what the wife said, she also told me that every time you raise, you got a big ass pair over there. So
New dealer coming in.
I don't know, maybe take a hint.
Big ass pair confirmed.
Best of luck, everybody.
Yeah, you.
I'm a solid player. I know how to play.
What's that?
I don't bluff.
What'd she say about us?
Appreciate
What'd
it.
wife say about us?
She says I show too many cards and I should slow down. I've known this for years, so nothing new about it.
Yeah, it's tough to teach a new dog old tricks or something.
Honestly, the thing I was
But
concerned about is
Chris has played well up
big pair like
until
that.
that
Why
point,
do you
just
have
a
to
little
gamble?
unlucky. Pocket sixes opening up. You get jammed on for 9 bigs. They can have ace jack, ace queen, ace king, ace 10, king queen suited. There's so many hands that you're actually just ahead of. Maybe she even jams pocket 5s or 4s or, something like that. So I don't think it's a bad call.
All in on the dart.
Just unfortunate.
You're talking about the waiting on the dealer change. I know we've got an hour-long level, but
All right. Indeed, we do have a dealer change. So let's look at some of our promos again and our upcoming tournament. So a reminder that today is the beginning of the Trailblazer 60K guarantee out at the Rio Grande Valley Texas Card House location. $175 buy-in gets $25K in the starting stack. And if you register on time, you'll get an early bird bonus of $5K. There is also an add-on for $100, gets you another $25K. So plenty of chances to chip up. And some pretty cool little promos going on as well, as you get 2 times your leaderboard points for the Trailblazer Tour. You get a bag of bonus with a min cash for your second bag,
yeah, because the microphone you have on your
and
headset
every
isn't good
subsequent
enough.
bag. And you can also win unlimited hours for all of 2025 if you are the player with the most flights played. So, yeah, get in there and blast. See what happens.
Thank you.
All right, new dealer locked in. Aggie Chris under the gun, 6 big blinds. Sort of the spot where you're really looking for.
It's not a misdeal. It's not a misdeal. It's a box card. Just call the floor. Call the floor.
All right, floor. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I think I'm in the blind.
All right, well, we had a little bit of a snafu there. New dealer came in, washed the deck, and inadvertently flipped a card. So we do have a boxed, what looks like a 9 of hearts. But indeed, it's not a misdeal. We will just use that as the burn.
I was dealing that, and there was a pocket card here.
Or actually, no, we won't even use it as the burn. That'll just come out of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're still in the
So is it considered a misdeal because it's in the dealer?
It's not going to be considered a misdeal. This is when it's a box card in the deck. It's for one in the deal. It's just going to be considered a piece of paper. He is going to get the next card.
Is that going to be the
not
burn?
going to be the burn card. This is not going to be the burn card.
Okay.
The box card is just treated as a piece of paper, so everybody can see it, flip it over. It's just going to be in the
Okay.
4 folds.
All right, so everybody got their cards, and then we just had a box card appear on the top of the deck. All right, Rebel Poker wants to know, is TCH going to have any other series like these other ones in the chat there? Unclear to me what the future holds as far as other series coming through. I would say that it's not something that would ever be ruled out, but Texas Card House has partnered with PokerAtlas to do the PokerAtlas Tour. They have just started the Trailblazer Poker Tour, a exclusively Texas Card House oriented series. So there's already a couple of big series, that are traveling around the state, going to each of the different locations every month. So I would be skeptical, I would say, of some more series coming through on a regular basis. Now, maybe a one-off here and there if a partnership sort of made sense, but I'm not part of those decisions, so really don't know. But as of right now, we've got the Trailblazer Tour, PokerAtlas Tour, All sorts of really good events already on deck, so probably should stick with that. As well as all of our just, you know, recurring nightly and monthly tournaments. You know, I got the 250K, even bigger one up there in Dallas that happens every month. I mean, a 250K for, what is it, $300? I mean, it's incredible that they can run that every single month as just part of the normal lineup of tournaments.
5 folds.
Evelyn picked up some chips on the last hand with the ace-king. Here she's got the queen-jack and will raise it up.
400.
She has now distanced herself from the bottom of the pack, and this is on Aggie Chris's big blind. He's got a good portion of his chips in the middle. He will defend, and with, gosh,
Heads up.
not quite even 3 big blinds behind, he sees the most incredible flop he's ever seen. 2 sevens out there. Checks it over to Evelyn.
C6 check.
Who checks it back. No improvement. Doesn't have a heart or anything, but this may actually now be the time that Aggie Chris decides to put his chips in. No.
I'm all in.
Checks it to Evelyn, who quickly checks back, and then he moves all in the dark before the river comes off. He doesn't want to see a heart and, like, what, scare him into not betting or something. I'm very perplexed by that move. But regardless, we've got Evelyn here facing an all-in dark bet on the river. She just has queen high. I mean, yeah, he's just kind of shrugging with that one.
That would have been bad. Could have been anyway. The exact same 2 cards I had against you two when you had queens. Rank and suit.
Two red 9s here for Evelyn. Rebel says, going to Houston for the Trailblazer Series. Excellent. Yeah, I was down there for the one in spring. Really good event. And looking forward to the upcoming ones as well. It's kind of tricky this time of year, right, to get down to the Rio Grande Valley. It's a bit of a trek from Austin. Obviously doable, but it's a little bit out of the way, and to go right around the Christmas time. Not sure if I'm going to be able to go and play that one. I would love to, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah, certainly when it comes to Houston, I hope that I'll be down there playing. And your first time playing poker outside of California. Well, best of luck to you, Rebel. I hope you have a great experience, and look forward to seeing you down there. All right, Manny putting in a 3-bet using the big stack here. Back to Evelyn. She makes the call. 2.7 million in the middle, 3.2 the effective stack behind, so SPR just over 1. Evelyn sees a king high flop. Probably wanted to see, well, of course, she always wanted to see a 9, but wanted to see some smaller cards. All things considered, you know, not the worst, as Manny here can be 3-betting ace, king, king, queen, but maybe she doesn't really see too many other combos of king X. Of course, there's always aces, queens, etc. that she's behind as well, but okay, the LA area, the limits are trash. Yeah. I'm not too familiar. I used to play actually limit poker back at the Oaks Card Club in Berkeley, but have not played, or I guess it was really Oakland, right? but I was staying in Berkeley. In any case, oh my goodness. Whoa, sick play here from Evelyn. I'm not sure this is solver approved, but she is going to check jam the 9s against Manny's continue here. He bet what looks like 500,000 into the 2.7, so it was like a 1/5 pot continue. And she just says, no, you don't have a king. I'm all in. And she has the best hand. And Manny has no chance of calling here.
Go ahead, give her the money. Give her
So
the money.
she just blasts this through, and she's going to chip up now
Sorry. Yeah. Do it.
to over 6 million. Let's go, Evelyn. 1-3 with $100 max. That's disgusting. That's the standard game? I am like flabbergasted by that. That sounds, I mean, I would just, I wouldn't play that. I would boycott that. All right, let's look at some stacks here. Chris down at 1.5, but not out. He's got just about 8 big blinds on the button now, so surviving with the 8-7 a few hands ago. New and Elon, 13 and 12 big blinds respectively. And Elon looks down at the king, queen off. All the chips go across. So far, so good. Evelyn does have an ace, but it's offsuit, and the 8 not particularly inspiring. This is the kind of spot where you really just have to go off of what you think your opponent is up to. Are they capable of jamming ace-7 and below? King, queen, things of that nature. Evelyn isn't going to risk it. And Elon will pick up some much-needed chips. I can't imagine having a game where you're not allowed to buy in for more than 30 big blinds. 33 big blinds, whatever you want to call it. Like, how is that even considered like a reasonable game? 100 big blind caps to me are like annoying and ridiculous. I mean, I play here in Texas, so you know that kind of goes without saying. We routinely play 200, 300, 400, 500 big blinds deep here, and that's just like the way it is. Nobody really bats an eye at that. But 33 big blinds, like, that's just insane. I don't care where you're from, I don't care what you're used to, or like, that's just insane. All right, Aggie Chris all in from the cutoff.
Y'all don't have to count it.
New has already folded.
I'm just saving time.
Queen 9 of
And
diamonds.
they need it for the stream anyway.
Yeah, stream wants
They're not gonna make them count it every time, man. They're not gonna break it down every time.
They need the number for the stream.
They know how much you have in your stack.
Should.
They know how much you're shoving. They know how much you're shoving for.
C1 fold.
Manny doesn't make the call, so Aggie is going to chip a little bit. That'll get him over 10 big blind.
No, I know. I already know.
And we will continue. Hand number 79 now. The Gardens Casino does a 1-1 game with $20 min and max. I mean, I'm disgusted that that's even considered possible. I mean, I understand it if the players want to play the game. Like if you literally walk up to the front desk and they're like, hello, customer, what would you like to play? And the person says to them, I would like to play 1-1 with a $20 min max. And the person behind the counter says, That sounds insane and ridiculous, but okay, we'll go ahead and spread that for you if you can get a full table. And sure enough, you go and you get your buddies together and you make it happen, and everybody's happy. But to walk in and be like, excuse me, I would like to play poker in your fine establishment. What is available? And they say, well, we'll tell you. This is what you're allowed to play. And they present you with that kind of garbage. I would at least not play there. I'm not saying there would be a smoldering pile of rubble there the next day, but I'm saying I wouldn't play there. I'm kidding. That is just insane. All right, New has raised it up here with Queen Jack. Elon with a mystery hand. All in from the big blind. And yeah, Queen Jack O here. Pretty gross. Really just wanted to get this one through, pick up some blinds and annies, but if you're not willing to jam and see all 5 with the Queen Jack for 10 bigs, or 11 I guess it was, then you're probably just letting this go, right? I mean, Evelyn did open off of 9 and then call off with the Queen Jack, but yeah, I don't think it's really recommended. Does let it go. 1-1 was the very first game you played. $40 to $100 buy-in. I mean, for a 1-1 game, which I'm surprised. Who knows what the rake is on that? I'm actually frightened to think of that. But I mean, for a 1-1 game, right? 40 to 100 big blinds. At least the max buy-in is 100 bigs. I mean, the game sounds ridiculous, but it might be fun, you know, if everybody's there to just like blast and have a good time or whatever. I mean, who knows? But and to each their own. Like, of course, if you want to play it. But $20 min max, like that's just stupid.
I'm all in. I believe it's 2.05 million.
All right, Aggie Chris. All in once again. Ace 8 again. Seems to have found his hand. And see if somebody can wake up with something to tango. No. All the way over around to Scotty. Answer still no. And Aggie Chris has earned his blinds and antes. All right. So another reminder here. We've got 12 days of Christmas. We've got the gift giveaways, mystery high hands, starting tomorrow and Saturday here at TCH Social in Austin. We've also got the cash giveaway starting today at 12 a.m. So starting tonight at midnight, or maybe it already started tonight. I guess it started tonight, last night, midnight, whatever. Dude, words are hearts. Calendars are hearts. Anyways, now you can earn tickets. Come on in and play here at TCH Social. Play 60 hours, you'll get a ticket, and another ticket for every 5 hours after that, with the drawing on the 31st and the sort of accumulated hours ending there on the 31st. So come on in, play, and earn those tickets. A little raise and take it there. And then also, we've got the after Christmas, oh God, words are just really hard today. After Christmas Mystery High Hands, December 27th and 28th. You can start qualifying at 1 p.m. First drawing at 2. We're going to have prizes of cash, free time at different increments. Pretty cool stuff. All right, we'll see if I can string together intelligible sentences here for hand number 83. A couple of 10s here for Elon.
Mulling.
And another all-in. Aggie Chris stuffing it with the 4s. Actually, don't hate this, right? It's 11 big blinds. You've got a pair. Elon can just have, you know, some different things that are going to have to fold, but this is going to be tough. Both suits covered as well. So Aggie Chris in the worst possible situation.
Good luck, Jack.
The under pair with suits covered needs to find a miracle. And that is not a good board. Even another 8 won't do it. Aggie Chris needs a 4 and doesn't find it. That's going to be the end of the road for Aggie Chris. Fantastic run, finishing in 6th place for $18,370. And Elon going to chip up a little bit there, distance himself from the bottom of the pack. 24,100 awaits our next elimination. Paydays are getting big here. Up over 2 bricks now. Gotta love that. The prospect of walking out here with 2 fistfuls of $100 bills at a minimum. So $6 million in the stack for Elon.
These cards should look like more too.
Manny up over 10 million still. Scotty up around, I think, 7 or 8 million still. And so now it's New who is far and away the short stack. Yeah, Elon and Evelyn there sort of stabilizing at 30 big blinds apiece. New on just 7. And yeah, whenever you see that happen, you're happy to ladder up, of course. Like, that's a fantastic result. And then you look around and you're like, oh yeah, everybody else has chips and I don't. So now it's on me to make something happen.
C2 folds. C3 raises 450.
Ooh. He's queen suited for Scotty. Beautiful hand on the button.
2.3. About to have to go all in. Who are you talking to?
He called me just now.
Yeah, I'm short stack. Gotta go all in.
All right. Little pep talk there from Chase to his brother-in-law, New. Getting the news, I'm short, going to have to go all in soon, and that is indeed the case. One double up, though, and New could be right back in it, and that's always the case. You know, you have some dusty stack, like 7 big blinds or something like that. Well, if you double it up and win the blinds and the antes, like, you actually are right back in it, you know? So, never give up hope. And now with only 5 players remaining, Under the Gun is in the hijack. So, yeah. You're going to see a lot more big blinds. The big blind defends, like you're just going to be forced to play the big blind a lot more. And you're going to be in late position always. Like always. See if the players start opening up the ranges a little bit here. Scotty raises it up. Takes it down. Couple of hands here for New. 6.5 big blinds after paying the small blind there. But probably wants to make something happen before he goes through the blinds. You go pay another 2.5 blinds. You go down to 4 if you don't make anything happen there. And that just isn't quite enough to get the big blind to fold, especially if they have decent chip stack. But here he goes. This is a very good holding on 6.5 blinds. King 10 suited, certainly good enough for a jam.
All in.
And 6.5, right? I mean, even if you're in the big blind, 5.5 more is not a trivial amount of chips. You don't just huck that in there with any old 2 cards. You're going to need to look down at something that has some strength.
2.325.
2.3.
E6 suited here for Elon. This is exactly the kind of hand where you're like, I don't love it, but I think I have to call. 5.5 more big blinds. Your opponent will be jamming literally any ace, and a lot of these sort of King X holdings. One more peek at the cards and a little bit of math before we see the flip, I presume. New, of course, begging for a fold at this point. And there is the call. All right, Elon, a 3-2 favorite here. New needs to improve, and he's using the horseshoe, lucky horseshoe. Engaged, no help yet.
Good.
Will the lucky horseshoe bring it home? Board pairs the 9, the ace still best, and holds.
Nice call.
New will be our 5th place finisher. And back-to-back eliminations here for Elon, chipping up to $7.5 million. $24,100 there for New, going out in 5th place. Fantastic result. Congratulations. Thanks for coming on down. 4th place here going to be taking home $31,980, so just about $32,000. And then that is a typo there on the page. It's $42,920 for 3rd place, not a massive jump up to $49,000. So it's going to be 32, 42, and then 58 and 87. All right, a little bit of feedback there from New's microphone as we do have the eliminated player sort of always have some issues with the microphone from time to time. And here we go, we're back at it. All right, so 4 players remain, meaning that under the gun is the cutoff. And Elon here immediately applying some pressure with the newfound chips. And Evelyn sort of all by herself over there in the, what is that, the 6th seat, I suppose? Do apologize for the microphone feedback there, if you guys can hear that. Hopefully we get that rectified. But with 200K big blind and all 4 of these players sitting on pretty healthy stacks, we may actually get to see some poker instead of just sort of all-in confrontations.
450.
And I think our shortest stack now is Evelyn, and she's got like 30 bigs. Not quite. 5 million. Okay, she's got 25 bigs. But a lot of play here. And that is credit to that man you can see in the background, Mr. Justin Hammer, putting on a fantastic event here.
Hey, will you ask them to buzz number 5?
Sure. They asked if we can buzz number 5. They're taking care of that right away.
All right.
No problem.
But yeah, 60-minute levels here at this final table. 40-minute levels on day 2. And a $600 buy-in event. With some really fantastic level increases as well. Sometimes in these you'll see the blinds go from like 50, 100 to 75, 150 to 100, 200K, right? I mean, the blinds just like double in 2 levels, and everyone's just like, oh, cool, I'm short and I'm all in and, you know, in the high ICM spot. But no, not here. We went from 50, 100 to 75, 125, and then 75, 150 before we finally did take that jump up to 200. All right, Evelyn and Manny look at a flop here. King high still best. Check, check. Turn card brings some outs for Evelyn, in addition to the 6s and 5s in the deck. Any spade. And with just 6 high here as well, with Manny checking back the flop, yeah, I think that was a great spot to attack. She went for some very small bets in these sorts of spots before. She is going to size up a little bit here. Makes it 450. And that'll get the job done. Well played.
Shuffle, shuffle, cut. Shuffle, shuffle.
Manny, Scotty, Elon, all within a couple million of each other. And now we start to see how these players navigate four-handed play when you just, yeah, you're just constantly in the blinds or on the button looking down at rags. You don't have, you know, 8 or 9 hands in orbit to just look at those hands and fold them away and not really worry about it. Manny limps the small blind. Elon checks the big blind with the king-queen here. And flops top pair. Manny with a whole lot of nothing. But he is going to bet a blind and see if Elon wants to get out of the way. Could pick up a diamond, an 8 or a 9, a 3, 4, or 5. Some backdoor possibilities, I suppose. No, not a 3, 4, 5. I don't know. I'm trying to find something here for this 7-6. But Elon makes the call. Deuce peels off on the turn, and Manny does not pick up any additional equity. Is going to bet, though, for a small size. Not quite sure what this does. Applies really not much pressure to a 10, I'd say. I think a 10 is still just coming along for the ride. Maybe ace high, right? You get floated by ace high. Those start to shrivel up and get folded. King's going nowhere, of course. And triple barrel going to be needed as Manny cannot improve. The jack of diamonds does bring out the front door flush, as well as some gut shots. But Manny gives it up. And I'm not sure if Elon should be going for value here. 1.9 million in the middle. Elon feels comfortable, says, yeah, sure, let's go for it. I mean, I think a solver is like pretty fine with this, but I'm not sure if, you know, the live population is calling with worse. Maybe just like King 9, King 8, King 7, etc. Feels obligated to make a call. But, yeah, nice thin value there for Elon, and Manny heads for the exit. 8.8 million here for Elon. I think that may have just taken Manny off of the top spot. No, not quite.
Thank you.
But, wow, we've got like a 3-way tie for the chip lead. Evelyn sitting over there pretty healthy as well on 28 big blinds. So nobody is short. And I like this. I mean, it gives us a chance to see these players really start to battle. You don't just have to sit there and wait for the short stack to sort of bleed out and die.
Shuffle, shuffle, cash, shuffle.
Rebel says Manny should have bet 1.2 million and Elon would have folded. I am not sure that that size gets the job done. 1.9 million in the middle, 1.2, and you've got top pair queen kicker blocking the Broadway straights and such. I think king queen finds a pretty easy call there. I think if you're going to bet, you need to go bigger there because you're sort of representing by betting the river that you have a very strong holding, like a set or better, probably even a straight or better. So, because like I think a set would bet bigger on the turn anyways. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it depends on how you construct all your ranges, but yeah, I think you need to pot it there on the river, if not more. 2.5 million into 1.9, something like that could put enough pressure on that lonely king. Anyways, let's move on. Up and downer here for Scotty. Manny with the ace high doing the betting. And improves to the top pair here now on the turn. Scotty checks once again. And Manny picking up the pair with no kicker is happy to check back. Scotty gets a free look at the river but does not improve and is going to finish with just 9 high. Is now the time to take a stab? The answer is no. Scotty is over it. Says, I will not be winning this hand, and that's okay. All right, Manny reclaims his edge on the chip lead there. Our late position players get out of the way. Scotty will do the raising with pocket fives. Evelyn looks down at a very defensible ace-9 in the big blind. Could even do some 3-betting here, although I presume she's not going to be doing a ton of that. Wow, in fact, she just folds. Wow, going with the gut there. Beautiful hand here in the cutoff. And rags around the horn, but Manny here, unsuited one gapper. Gonna go ahead and take a flop. And what a flop it is. Top pair for Elon, up and down straight draw for Manny. And a quick bet, 400,000 here after the check from Manny. No hesitation. And Elon is going to be called. All right, here we go. To a turn. 1.9 million in the middle now. Jack would be super spicy, but instead it's a 10. Front door spades come in. Neither player controls a spade. We're going to go quick, check, check. And No improvement here for Manny on the end as the queen rolls off. Yeah, kind of all around this board are both players without actually completing a straight. And Manny is going to turn this 10 into a bluff, it looks like. Going to need to go pretty chunky here. I don't think a small bet is going to get the job done. 850, not quite half pot. And this is a very connected, scary looking board. I definitely understand looking at this with ace jack and being like, shit, I could be beat, but I just don't think the price is high enough to be folding. I mean, if this is like 1.5 million, you really look at it and you're like, good Lord, yeah, I lose to that, I lose to that, I lose to that, right? You almost struggle to find hands that don't beat you. But for this price, you just kind of like, I don't know, it's just not enough. Makes the call. Elon, sole control of the chip lead now. Of course, not by that much, but double Evelyn down there at the bottom, who is still healthy on 26 bigs.
Again, buddy.
All right, getting down to the wire here. Our last player taking home $24,100. The next player going out $32,000.
Comes fast now.
3 stacks of high society. Walking out of here with 3 bricks. That's juicy. Of course, you can always take a check as well if that's more your style. All right, this is what we were waiting for. Open and a good hand on the button here for Evelyn. I'd love to see a 3-bet. Sure enough, assembling a fistful of all different colors.
How much is that?
900,000. So a very small raise. This is 2 up to 4, then up to 9. So a little over a min click. I mean, I don't hate the small raises, but you have to know that you're going to get called a lot. Like, you're not applying enough pressure to sort of pressure your opponents out. So you're just going to have to play post a lot. Whereas if you want to be able to mix in, you know, some pretty rough 3-bet hands, you're going to want to go a little bigger so that you can make your opponents fold. As it stands, good flop here for the ace-jack with the jack of hearts. 2.3 in the middle. I think a small continuation here is in order, but Evelyn may feel differently. And checks it back. Really big card here for Scotty. Goes from absolute air jack high to now up and down straight draw. And after Evelyn checks back that flop, yeah, I think mandatory bet here. And a big one at that. I love this from Scotty. It's like, well, I can rep everything, and if you have ace high or worse, you're going to hate this bet. And even if you somehow have a pair to go with the 9s out there, you're not going to love that either. 1.5 million with just ace jack high. Can Evelyn make the call? Or perhaps have something else in mind. I mean, you never know. She gave Manny the business earlier with 2 9s on king 4-4. check raised him all in with the 2 9s in what I would describe as a little bit of a YOLO. Of course, he had just ace high and his cards hit the muck pretty quickly, but Evelyn definitely not shy about going with her gut instinct and sort of applying some pressure. Does not look comfortable here, though. I think Scotty should be pretty comfortable here, even if she were to somehow put the chips in. That he's got the best chance of winning this with more aggression, but doesn't need to worry about that. Just gets the fold right now. And we're going to move right along. Hand number 95 of this final table of the 500K main event PokerAtlas Tour here at TCH Social in Austin. But the next iteration of the Trailblazer Poker Tour coming up next month, so a little over a month away, January 21st through February 3rd, with $1 million guaranteed title event, $800 buy-in, $400K guaranteed multi-flight with a $365 buy-in, as well as some high roller events, PLO and Hold'em. We got 20 events coming at you. And excuse me, I said TCH Social here in Austin. This is at the 2 locations up in Dallas, Las Colinas and Texas Card House Dallas. So a month away before the next iteration up at the Dallas location. I believe the tour certainly will be coming back to Austin, but maybe not until March or May. I'll have to look at the schedule again. Evelyn here down to, we leveled up here, I believe, 250K for the big blind now. So under 20 bigs is Evelyn.
Yes, blind. 125, 250.
125, 250 indeed confirmed.
Yes, last name.
And now even if you have, 800K or excuse me, 8 million, you're there right around 30 big blinds.
600.
And every pot is very important. All right, folds to Scotty in the small blind. He will apply pressure with a raise. Suited blackjack hand for Evelyn. This is the kind of card combination that finds its way into the muck at a pretty high frequency.
Did they ever get the stream running again? Or
So anybody
still down? What's that? Did they ever get the stream running again, or is it still down?
Yeah, I believe it's up in
Huh?
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Oh, it's not?
Stream isn't working.
It wasn't, and I don't know if they got it back running again or not. Okay.
Oh, okay. She's saying that
There's the table chatter about the technical difficulties that we were having. Of course, we were still able to record the video and, keep up with the hands and everything, but the program that we used to actually stream the video out on the internet was giving us fits, still giving us fits, so I'm working on a sort of slimmed down pseudo beta version or whatever. I don't know what I'm doing, but we're live, we're hanging out, and I'm happy to be here with all of you guys here on the interwebs. So let me know if anybody in the chat is playing fantasy football. Might be playing in the playoffs out there, eh? I know I am. So I was fortunate enough to get a bye in the first week and advanced in my other league. So both leagues, I'm in the semifinals. Hoping my guys can perform. It's looking like Alvin Kamara is doubtful. He has been my stud running back all year and is currently doubtful. I do have Kendre Miller as his backup, but I'm not looking forward to playing that. ADHD Poker says, AA Ron, best commentator. Thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate those kind words and welcome in. As Evelyn completes from the small blind, Manny checks the big blind as Scotty had limped the button with the king jack. Interesting play. Now Evelyn bets the turn after we check through with her pair of threes, which is the best hand. Manny makes the call with the 9-7 for up and downer, but he's going to brick out and finish with just the 9 high to go with the pair of 8s on board. Evelyn here has the best of it. Will we get to showdown? She does check. Manny here, his only chance is to bluff this. But he shuts it down, gives it up, and wow, the pair of 3s. Somehow Evelyn is able to ship this pot with 6-3-0. And yeah, I mean, these are big spots, right? Like, don't get me wrong. You are playing for tens of thousands of dollars. You are on a live stream, right? Like, this is a high stress environment, but sometimes, man, you got to get after it. Giving up with 9 highs and stuff like that, and then getting shown bottom pairs. I mean, oof, gotta attack some of these times and try to wrestle your way back into this. Manny here, who was chip leading for almost the entirety of this final table, is now in 3rd position, sitting on 30 bigs. So yeah, I've got Alvin Kamara in both leagues, who has really been my stud running back, carrying both teams. Now doubtful, probably not going to play. Looks like Malik Neighbors is good enough to go. Lad McConkey, good enough to go. But yeah, got some injuries piling up here at the worst time. So we'll see how things go. Let me know if you're in the playoffs in your fantasy football league. Let me know who your players are that may or may not play. As Manny here got the ace-king in the small blind. Gonna raise this up. And Elon will defend. Ace 3-0. Will we see an ace on the flop? We will not. Neither player connects. And Manny gives a check over. Elon here, sort of free reign, but happy to take a free turn card. Josue, so I don't believe that the whole thing is going to get stitched together. I could be wrong about that. I mean, as soon as we're done with this stream today, then it is possible for the production crew to simply go in, stitch the 2 videos together, and you know, make it all one video. But I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. I hope it does.
I'll bring it back. It's all good.
It may just be the 2 separate videos. Ace on the river here gives both players the top pair. Manny with the king kicking and checks.
Sorry, Chris, you probably heard my whole conversation.
Very curious. To me, seems like sort of a mandatory spot to bet and sort of represent the ace. But it doesn't matter because he's going to get the value anyways. Snap calls here. And gets to show down the winner. Elon is like, oh, I was going for value.
I mean, he won it, so it doesn't matter what it is.
Oh, they want to know further.
Yeah.
Chip counts.
Yeah, okay, cool. Nice hand.
Thanks.
So bet a 500,000. It looked like more than that. I think that was $1 million. Yeah, so I don't know if that's going to mess with the stacks there in the graphics, but in any case, a nice little pickup there for Manny. Says awesome. That would be great to watch the full final table. Yeah. So here's what I would say. We missed in this video, of course. We missed the first 41 hands. We jumped in to the middle of 42. If you go back and watch the video from Monday night when we tried to do this while the game was going, we were having those technical difficulties that were making the video sort of freeze up and stuff, and it was virtually impossible to see what was happening. So unfortunately, some of those hands will be, you know, not great to watch either. Do apologize for that, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe we can get that all stitched together, and at least, you know, the best hands from Monday night that we were able to get in, include those. That would indeed be the best way to do it. I just do the talking around here. Other people do the other stuff. So, you know, we'll see if that happens. But it won't be me making it happen. All right, Queen 9 here for Scotty. 3-piece out of the big blind over Manny's button open. Rebel Poker says TCH Houston had the same issue and they had to cancel. Yeah, so I don't know exactly what happened, but I think it's the service that we use to upload the videos to our various streaming platforms had some sort of update push that then changed the way it interacted with our software, and it was not something that was easily fixed with a call to technical support. And so from what I understand, we're going to have to use this other version of our software for another week or thereabouts before they get this sorted out. So we're working with what we got here, people, and that's just the way it is.
One raises 600,000. Two folds, three folds.
As to be expected, a whole bunch of pretty raggy looking holdings here as we're just four-handed. Evelyn in the big blind on 17 big blinds. Queen 8-0, not the most inspiring hand you've ever seen, but not terrible. Is connected, has some high card equity, but looks like she's going to let it go and does. ADHD. If I was at this final table, be chugging eggnog in my Santa suit. Well, that would be something to watch.
What?
I wish that you were.
Me?
As
What, like 9 maybe?
I mean, these players are looking, you know, very fashionable. They're looking good, but I would like to see someone in a Santa suit chugging eggnog. Absolutely.
I got about
10,
9.
9, 10, 10, 9, 4.
Manny doing some accounting, trying to figure out where he sits in the mix. Here we go. Suited wheel ace for Elon in the cutoff. Should be good enough for a raise.
Two raises, 500,000. Three folds, six folds.
No takers. Easy money.
Yeah.
TCH should just stream themselves? Wait, what do you mean? You mean like build our own software? Yeah, that's not happening. I mean, the nice thing about, you know, living in a good market society is that, you know, there's all sorts of different programs and stuff, people out there making cool new gadgets and toys that we get to play with. Of course, they sometimes break when you try to update them and such. But yeah, no, whether we had our own software or whatnot, we would never be going live without a delay. Just go live on YouTube with a delay. I'm not exactly sure what you're suggesting, but I mean, yeah, we just need a fix. That's all. Instead of going through a streaming service. Yeah, I mean, yeah. There may be other ways to do it, but you're definitely always going to have a middleman between, like, your system and YouTube and whatnot, right? There's got to be something in between there that passes the information, and I don't know. I wish it worked flawlessly, but here we are. Anyways, Queen 10 suited here for Evelyn in the cutoff.
Okay. 1 folds, 2 folds. 3
And
folds.
Scotty will defend the big blind. Jack 8 suited. Here we go. Heads up to a flop. Eight right in the window. Scotty here, top pair. And we saw him earlier recognize spots to lead, and sure enough, here's another spot that he gets to lead and does. Scotty here has been studying. Let's go. Tough spot here for Evelyn, right? I mean, it's just like she has no piece of this. Her opponent is just leading into her from the blind. Yeah, you just have to fold away your 24% equity. You just don't have a choice. Well played by Scotty. Extends the chip lead ever so slightly. Evelyn down to roughly 15 big blinds.
That's fine. Essential though.
All right, let's take a peek here as hand number 104 gets underway. We'll see how our buddy out in Vegas is doing. Mr. Michael Perroni still in the mix in the main event, WPT.
Got the Canva app pulled up. 1 raises, 600.
50 players remain, and he's still cooking. Got a nice, healthy looking stack there as well.
2 folds,
Let's go. Evelyn here contemplating a defend from the big blind with the 10-6 suited. Certainly not the worst hand to defend, but you are going to be out of position. You're going to miss a lot of flops, and it's an expensive defend for 600K. She does let it go. But yeah, I mean, we're getting to that stage where every hand means so much. And she's only got 12 big blinds now. I mean, one other thing too is that, you know, the shorter you get, the more incentivized you are to defend. It's kind of the opposite of what one might intuitively think, where it's like, oh, you have 50 big blinds, like you should be defending more. You have 25 or 30 big blinds, you should be defending like a little bit less or something. It's like, well, actually, your risk of ruin is much higher when you have a big stack, and it's easier to just like let go of some of this shit, or like play it as a 3-bet instead, right? Like, you know, instead of just like playing passively from out of position. Whereas when you start getting short, right, it's kind of like, all right, well, I don't have very many chips, so if I make top pair, like, I should just be getting all my chips in and just trying to win, right? Like, these chips are very valuable because I don't have very many. And so you actually start seeing a few more flops. But, yeah, it's not always Not always easy to navigate because you also have to factor in ICM and what your opponents are working with, how many chips they have. Evelyn, of course, just the shortest stack here. It's really up to her to kind of make something happen, but not involved in this one. Manny here with the 2 jacks, far and away the best hand. As Scotty here has actually seen a board that looks pretty good for him, good enough to bet on the button. Manny goes for the check call and a king now on the turn. Good for Scotty's range, but so far so good for Scotty, or excuse me, for Manny trapping with the jacks. Scotty is going to continue foot on the gas, though, applying pressure, saying, well, if you have a flush draw, you have a straight draw, maybe even an 8, you're not going to love this card in this big bet. 1.1 million. But Manny not going anywhere, makes the call, and with nearly 4.7 million in the middle, we get a 7 of spades rolling off on the end. Scotty here with blockers to the straight and doesn't even really think about going for the big bluff, though. He just lets it go, says maybe you have a missed straight or flush draw and I can just win with the 6s. Oh, it doesn't happen.
Okay, cool. Probably just a proximity issue.
Big pot there for Manny. Big, big, big pot.
Wider than the circle, yes. I figured it was. Three folds. Oh yeah, it's there.
Right.
6 raises, 650. 1 folds.
Evelyn wakes up with a big hand here. And once again, rather than shipping in her whole stack, is going to opt for the raise. Elon jams it with the 4s. And Evelyn makes the call. Here we go. We've got ourselves a flip for a lot of chips. 6.2 million. Evelyn needs to improve, or she will be our 4th place finisher. Can she make a pair? And there it is, right on the flop. Once again, Evelyn pairs. Another pair to go with it, just for good measure. And Elon needs a 4 and a 4 only. Doesn't find it. And with that, is going to flip the script here. Evelyn moves up out of the bottom position. Elon down to still a pretty healthy 21 big blind stack, but now at the bottom of the leaderboard.
It's going to be 3 million.
How much is it?
3 million exactly.
3 million exactly? That's 2.
So yeah, pretty painful spot here for Elon. Gonna have to pay out the 3 million, and
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
yeah, Evelyn gets to survive. As we move along here, hand number 107 on the books. Evelyn picking up a little bit of steam here. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Who's going to take this one down? Can Manny ride the chip lead to the finish line? Could Evelyn continue to chip her way up and take it away? Or is Elon or Scotty destined to take home the trophy and the lion's share of the prize pool? 87,000 waiting for our eventual winner. 87,510 along with the PokerAtlas Tour main event trophy. What do you guys think? Is the trophy,
6 folds.
is that like a really important thing that you're interested in winning? Coming away with a piece of hardware that you can put up on the mantle? Or is it really just all about the money? What do you guys think?
2 folds. 3 folds.
Rebel Poker says Elon will win. Okay. Got a long ways to go. Currently sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, but plenty healthy. One double up would certainly change things.
One raise is 600.
Manny continuing the aggression. Elon on the button here, 21 big blinds and pocket sevens. Yeah, time to jam it all in.
3 folds.
As the short stack.
6 folds.
And will not run into any monsters under the bed. So back over to Manny, who I don't presume is ever thinking of actually calling here. Just getting a little bit of information.
I guess that's only 25 bigs. 4 bigs.
This is a pretty important pot here for Elon to win. 6.5 million in the stack now.
Yeah.
And not such a distant 4th place any longer. In fact, Evelyn will resume that position.
Nobody's done it more than you.
Yeah. Well, last time
I
didn't
think
work
you've
out.
got about 85% of the all-ins. At least. All rejects. Oh, big one.
Two folds.
Well, nobody wanted to chime in there in the chat. I'll just tell you guys. I mean, I think it's pretty great to win a trophy. I mean, the money is certainly the most important aspect of it for me. Like, if there was ever a scenario within which, you know, I was heads up with someone and they were, you know, interested in giving up money in order to get the trophy, like, I would entertain that for sure. Depending on, of course, like, how much they wanted to give me for it and everything. But I also do think that there's something pretty cool about winning a tournament outright and getting the trophy, right? Like making some sort of deal and getting the trophy, whether you actually like won the tournament or not, to me is maybe a little bit less appetizing, right? Like I wouldn't take the other side of it to try to get the trophy. As sort of part of a transaction. Well, we've got a massive confrontation here, all in for a lot of chips. We will have a new chip leader after this hand is done. Manny here with the birds and flops top set with clubs covered. Wow. Queens, running queens is the only way out for Scotty. Gets one of them.
Yeah.
And that is not enough. Just like that, out of the blue, Scotty is going to go down to the felt in 4th place.
Mike.
Starting the hand with about 31, 32 big blinds. Just absolutely savage cooler there for Scotty. And with that, is going to walk out with $31,980, just shy of 32K for 4th place. Fantastic showing, really well played by Scotty. Just a sick, nasty cooler there. There's nothing to be done, right? You get dealt queens, you have 30 big blinds, but you're just in your
I
moment.
got the ace of clubs and there's still a sweat on the turn because he hits a set.
Always a sweat.
Wow. Really tough spot there. That's got to sting, but the 32,000 will console him a little bit in a few days' time.
Am I small? Yes.
When there's a little distance. Well played. We'll see you next time, Scotty. All right, these 3 players are going to continue on, still playing for the $87,510 up top. The next player to go out contrary to what we saw on the screen there, is going to take home $42,920. Not $49,000, $42,920. Did have a typo there in the graphic. So yeah, just about $43,000.
Yeah,
About
breather.
$43,000.
I'm gonna stack my chips.
Third place.
Breather, man.
Gotta feel good, right? Hell yeah. Yeah, incredible spot to be in. Make it to the top 3 in a tournament. Loving life. Jedi Master Ted, is this live? No, this is recorded from Monday evening. We were doing the live stream on delay Monday night. Myself and Mr. Michael Perroni joining us remotely from Las Vegas. We made it about an hour and a half in through hand number 41 with a couple of hiccups, and the stream basically just died on us, and we were not able to get the feed back up and going. So we had to finish recording that night and air it now today. We had a live stream cash game last night out of our TCH Social Austin location, and so now we're bringing this to you today. I am seeing this along with you guys. I do not know the result of this tournament, so we're all in this together at the same time. Rebel Poker says you've not played in any tournaments that had a trophy, so you're not sure what that would mean. Well, okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, I have a couple of trophies hanging around, and you know, it's kind of cool to show off, you know, your wins. More so than just, right, like you can't like have someone come visit your home and be like, oh, you know, like look at this pile of money that I won. You know, it's like that's a little bit weird. But when you have a little trophy, kind of cool. Yeah, I definitely did think it was their browser. Yeah, again, many apologies to everyone who was trying to watch this the other night and had to deal with that garbage. Yeah, I didn't even know that we were suffering from any problems. Apparently this had happened the night before from Houston as well, but they could not get it figured out. And so we tried to just wing it and see if we could get it through, I guess. Didn't work. So anyways, we're on this piece of software, and so far so good, right? I don't think anybody has mentioned that they're having any issues with it or whatnot, so.
2 calls.
Yeah, it feels good when you have so many chips that you can start building castles. That is for sure. Open from Evelyn on the button. Elon makes the call, and neither player connects. So,
2 checks.
Good spot for Evelyn to continue. Refresh your browser infinitely. Yeah, still not going to work. At least today, there's none of that. Evelyn checks back here. Gives Elon a free look at this turn card. Doesn't improve either player immediately, but Evelyn does pick up a gut shot, but is going to have to contend with this bet of 700,000. Right around half pot. No, I think we're good. I think we're Gucci. All right, over to Evelyn here with the gut shot and the queen high. And she is going to go all in. Zigging and zagging here, Evelyn making moves. And fantastic timing once again. She did this earlier against Manny. And he had just ace high and was forced to fold. Now Elon here, I mean, I understand you don't want to look like you were just completely full of it, but like, dude, you got queen 6, man.
Yeah.
You're never calling.
Good. Just
4.5.
This will give Manny enough time to go for a jog. He
All right,
has
I believe you.
evacuated cable. Elon says, I believe you. It doesn't matter if he believes. I don't think he could be such a non-believer that he calls with queen 6 high. Evelyn will pick up the pot, and Elon drops down under 20 big blinds. Manny here still far and away at the chip leader, but love that play from Evelyn. I mean, picks up the gutty, says, I checked back a monster, and I'm going to try to get all the chips now on the turn. And whether Elon believes it or not, she wins. Jedi says if she shows this, it will break him. Well, I mean, she actually had the best hand, right? I mean, he just had like full-on garbage, which is why I'm a little bit surprised that we had, that much effort put into not just folding the hand outright. I understand, again, you take a little bit of time, you make it seem like you're not just like totally full of shit, but
600.
It's okay to fold. I think sometimes people do sort of get a little bit caught up in the moment. They're like, oh, I'll look like a pushover, or I'll look like I'm bluffing. Like, it's okay, right? Like, I think it's good if people think that you're capable of bluffing, right? Because then they might call you when you have value. You, of course, have to be careful if you do end up bluffing a lot, right? Because they'll start calling you down and calling you light and shit. It'll not be good for you, but I do think it's good for your image to have people think that you bluff.
It's a 7-minute break.
I mean, if you get into a situation where people think that you don't bluff and are maybe just actually accurate in that assessment, every time you 3-bet, every time you go all in, every time you bet, like they just think you have something and you do, and they just fold. Like, you don't get paid with your value, and it's not a great way to win a poker tournament, I'll tell you that much.
15 minute.
Am I big blind?
Where are the blinds?
I'm big blind.
Okay, I'm the button.
Okay, I was about to raise maybe. I don't know. Or fold.
I was about to raise, maybe.
I didn't put out the second bet. 2 folds.
That's funny.
6 folds.
What are the prizes? $87,510 for first place. That's what everybody's fighting for. The player that goes out next is going to receive just under $43,000. And the player that goes out in second place, barring any sort of adjustment to the prize pool, is going to take home $58,250. So we're basically 43, then 58, and 87.5.
Six folds.
Evelyn, not a believer in the 6-4 suited on the button. Manny, though, suited 10-9 from the small blind. They'll limp it in there. Rebel Poker says, I bluff shove a lot. Works until someone snaps you off. Yeah, it always works until it doesn't. But, yeah, bluff shoving, I mean, it can be a very important aspect of your game. And there's many places where you should be doing it. But you do have to be careful, like how many blinds you're shoving, against who. Are you bluff shoving with a lot of players left to act behind you, right? Like, you got to be careful with that one. But it is a very important aspect of a sound strategy. Anyways, Elon here is going to raise the limp. Manny makes the call. He's dominated and out of position. And his opponent has flop top pair. So not much going on there for Manny. Stack to pot ratio right around 2. Elon wastes no time. C-bets 500K. My buddy Michael Perroni getting moved to the live stream table. Let's go.
Thank you.
Well, when these 3 players are done battling it out for the trophy in this one, I'm going to go watch my buddy Mike battle for his shot at the trophy in the WPT Championship. 3.3 million up top, along with a very nice trophy that he would love to have on his mantelpiece, I'll tell you that much. All right, 22 big blinds here for Elon, the short stack in the small blind.
One folds.
Looks down at a very nice hand. Jack 10 suited. Who doesn't like that hand?
2 raises, 750.
$3X over to Evelyn with the Woody, the 2x4.
Are you coming to give me luck, Mike? Are you coming to give me luck?
Evelyn hunting for some Mikey luck. Mike on the rail back there, sweating this one. Rebel says you can't bluff a short stack. Well, I think you can. Do you mean you can't bluff with a short stack, or you can't bluff another person when they have a short stack? Either way, I think you absolutely can. But it is a tricky spot to navigate, that's for sure. All right, here we go. Queen Jack on the button. I'm ready to see some more carnage here. Let's see some chips moving around, shall we? Evelyn will not participate. She graduated from 2-4 to 2-5. But King 8 suited now. That's a hand I can play. See if Manny agrees, and if so, whether we'll play this as a call or a raise. This is a min open.
1.8.
And it is going to be a 3-bet.
How much?
1.8. 1.8.
I think this hand is fine for this. Probably stick with King 7, King 6 for the 3-bet, but you can definitely go up to King 8 if you want. King 8 just plays a little bit better. So you're a little bit more incentivized to just call, but let's go. Hell yeah. Put in the 3-piece, especially with the overwhelming chip leads like that, you get to open up a little bit wider, so why not? Rebel says, you can't bluff someone with a short stack. Chances are they're going for it if they have any part of the board. Sure. I mean, I guess it always depends on your definition of bluffing, right? I mean, if you're trying to get someone to fold ace high because you don't have ace high beat, well, they'll probably fold that. Seems like a reasonable bluff. But I do understand what you mean. Like, somebody has, you know, 6 big blinds left and the pot is like 6 big blinds and they have a pair. Yeah, they're probably not folding. You're right. But they're probably also going all in, right? I mean, like, I guess if you're out of position, you may not have the opportunity to know, like, what they want to do yet in some sort of scenarios like that, but yeah. Pocket deuces here for the chip leader, facing a button raise by Evelyn.
All in. 1 raises all in.
And Manny just stuffs it in. He's like, yeah, 20 big blinds, let's go. And I love this play. I think people play this spot wrong a lot, where they will just call, try to spike a set or something like that, play out of position with this baby pair. No. You're the chip leader, man. Stuff it in there. Let's go. No chance Evelyn calls off here. Whether this is like a favorite hand or not, I cannot imagine.
So I told myself I was going to go all in.
Wow. Evelyn here, seemingly a believer in the Queen 3, going with the gut here perhaps more than the cards. Once again, she talked about that earlier, says I'm a feel player. If it feels right, I'll do it. And So maybe we're about to see a call off here with the queen 3. So, sort of like amazingly, she would be in a coin flip scenario when you would expect to be up against something, you know, like ace king, ace jack, pocket nines, you know, like a lot of the time where you're just like a pretty big dog. But if she finds the call here, she actually will be in a coin flip scenario, which would be very bizarre. But she is going to think better of it, perhaps letting her mind overrule her heart on that one. And now almost bang on even chips here between Evelyn and Elon, both playing 20 bigs. Manny could double up either of them and still be the chip leader, so fantastic spot for him. That is exactly the kind of scenario you would want to have. Hand number 120. Manny on the button.
Okay, I'm sorry, put it down. Oh, I'm sorry.
That was my fault.
Did I do that?
One raises 600. Two folds.
Wow, Elon just gets right out of the way with the king 9 suited. Manny is doing some work. King 9 suited in the muck. I mean, you're in the blind. You're in a blind. 2 out of 3 hands. You're forced to play, or at least pay,
6 folds.
2 out of 3 hands. And your opponents are working with the same deck of cards that you are. I mean, you fold king 9 suited every hand and let your opponent raise from the button with the chip lead. Probably any 2 cards. Starting to get pushed around a little bit. But still got a long ways to go. Oh my goodness, Rebel. Big no-no. You saw just like a bunch of cards come out that you assumed that someone would hit a pair and you just mucked your hand? You're all in. Oh my goodness. I mean, first of all, once you're all in before the board gets run out in a tournament, the dealer should be having all the cards turned face up. Now, if this is just like a small nightly tournament or something in a dusty little card room where they don't really have protocols, I can see that happening. And I understand the concept there. You assume that ace high is not going to be good, but yeah, you just got to show your hand, man. That's an expensive lesson, but one I'm sure you took to heart. So sometimes those are the only ways to learn, painfully. Oh, this was a cash game? Oh. Well, okay. I mean, that makes a little bit more sense, but still. Even more in a cash game would you be interested in showing down your hand ace high, because people will call off with all sorts of stuff in a cash game. In a tournament, that's usually going to be a little bit stronger, just the nature of it. Anyways, here we go. Heads up to a flop. Ace, king, king. Queen high, good for Manny at the moment. Elon, when checked 2, is going to take a stab here with the 5 high. Has some funky backdoors as well as pair outs. But Manny not going anywhere. And probably won't be going anywhere now either. Elon just going to take the free river card and wow, backs into the 3 high flush. It's not quite the butt flush, but the second butt flush here for Elon.
2 checks.
And we'll get to show that down for the winner. Manny shakes his head in disbelief, but I mean, yeah, I think that's pretty standard there.
Again.
Manny definitely already has his eyes on the prize. He sees this tournament has already won. It's just a matter of time. And anytime you lose a hand like that where you sort of have the best of it all the way till the end and then they suck out on you, it does kind of feel a little bit like, what the hell? I'm supposed to win. And you have to be careful too, right? We'll see how things play out here. We could have, you know, somebody doubles up through Manny. It could completely change his demeanor, his perspective on the tournament, right? Right now, it feels like a foregone conclusion that he is going to take down this title. And if something changes that narrative, it can have a profound psychological influence. Evelyn here going to try to do some work with the suited Jack-6 out of the big blind. Bottom pair here for Evelyn. And she leads straight out for 900,000 over half pot. And wow, what on earth do you do if you're Manny, right? You just fold and let Evelyn sort of push you around there. Yeah, right. I wish I won a pot that big. Yeah, nowhere near that. Nowhere near that. I will say that the biggest pot I've ever played, I did win. And so that was good. I also think that it's pretty cool if you are ever in a situation where there are streets yet to come and you're all in and you're playing the biggest pot of your life, you should run it once.
2 raises, 500.
Because you should either win or lose that hand. Like, you play the biggest pot of your life and you run it twice and you chop it, like, not nearly as exciting. So, little piece of advice, if you're ever in that spot, just go for it, man. Enjoy the moment, win or lose. The last hand of the tournament plus 100K. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't think of it that way. I kind of hear what you're saying, but like in that tournament, it was a heads-up match for like 37,000 or something, right? We'd already locked up second place money, right? Like, you can't do worse than second. So I tend to think of the last hand in that tournament or the last hand in any tournament as really just like winning the difference between first and second because you already made the other money. So yeah, I mean, I guess you could think of it that way as like 37K pot.
Yeah, me too.
But I wouldn't think of it that way as far as the biggest pot I've ever played.
Power nap.
But, you know, kind of fun. 2,400 in a 2-5 game. Nice. That's, yeah, a good chunky pot.
I took a power nap.
Biggest one I ever played was 16 and change, almost 17,000.
Oh, that was a good idea. I should have
just took a nap.
That was
Pretty big spot. And I think my second biggest pot that I've ever won was nowhere near that. It was just kind of a playing in a game that was a little bit bigger than I normally played. And I managed to run hot. Pretty fortunate.
750.
All right, Manny here with the King Jack of Diamonds. Let's get back to the action. Raise and take it. Elon now slowly drifting down. And in the danger zone here, just about 17 big blinds, we'll call it. And I think a level up could be coming in the not so distant future. We don't really have a good angle at the clock there. But in any case, going through these blinds as quickly as you do, 17 will get chewed up pretty fast. Elon limps from the small blind. Evelyn here with the 10-9 will check her option. Five pairs Elon for second pair and the best of it.
6 checks.
Checky, checky. Turn changes things. Evelyn picking up a superior pair. And Elon goes for an interesting wager here. Bets 400,000. You can perhaps get some value from, you know, Jack of Spades X, you know, something like that that just kind of wants to see a river. But yeah, it's sort of dangerous to build this pot. Now here we go. Evelyn backs into 2 pair, and Elon is like, yeah, now this pot is big, and I have a pair of 5s. Whereas before, if it was like check, check, turn, check, and Evelyn bets river, like maybe you can find a call. But now I think you're just, ugh, right? You put more money in the pot, but you really don't like this run out. Yeah, tricky. Trying to find some bluffs here is Elon. Jack 8 with the Jack of Spades, you know, things of that nature. Evelyn did check back the big blind, so checked her option, so presumably doesn't have just like strong ace X. Also check, check, flop, right? So sort of rule out all of the ace X of the world. So then what exactly is she betting for value here? I mean, it does look a little bit suspect.
2 calls.
And Evelyn's going to get paid off here.
Wow, 2 pairs good. Oh my god.
Backs into 2 pair, and Elon is like, oh yeah, I definitely lose to that. And now Elon has 11 big blinds.
Look at I missed a bet on the flop.
Yeah, maybe flop bet. Just take it down there, but yeah, I think it's the turn bet that is really sort of the thing that kind of made that hand go a little bit wonky, a little bit sideways. Nice hand there for Evelyn. She separates herself from Elon, who needs some help.
The longest level that ever existed.
Yeah.
Queen 6 offsuit. Yeah, not quite good enough. Some people will look at that and just launch it in there. Might get it through, but it's not quite good enough, I would say.
15-minute break. Okay, no answer yet. We're about 2 minutes out from the break.
Oh, wow. Super coolered some guy, huh?
Okay.
King's full, and you
Call right now.
one out him on the river. Nice. That feels pretty good. Yeah, in mine, I had pocket kings. 3-bet from the big blind. Got 4-bet by the original opener on the button. I called. We were already playing, you know, way deeper than I usually did. So I called the 4-bet with kings from the blind. Flop queen high with 2 spades. Check, bet, call. Turn was another spade. I had the king of spades. And the queen of spades was on board. I think I checked and a check back, and then the river was just like a nothing burger. I checked and my opponent went all in. And I tank called off for basically my stack.
I'm guessing 10 high was
And he
good.
had ace queen with the ace of spades. So top pair with the nut flush blocker turned it into a bluff. And I did not love calling there, but it was for a massive pot. Again, it was about 17K, and had the king of spades and had the overpair, and it was like, if I fold this, then I pretty much fold everything. So here we go. And it was a good call. All right, Elon here. 11 big blinds. The previous hand now down to 9. And Manny with a couple of 9s here.
Okay.
And 2 folds. 6 folds.
And no takers.
Awesome.
All right, looks like the players are going to go on a brief break. Of course, we are going to just come right back into the action as we have edited out all of the breaks that the players have taken, and we just get to keep on going. So here we go, right back into it, hand number 130.
Come on.
Wait, you guys got to the river without all the chips going in? Oh, it was sort of like a trap, retrap, trap, retrap thing. Get to the river, and yeah, then he's just like, oh god, I somehow lose with kings full.
Oh man.
That sounds right. Elon is all in. Manny has the kings. This is not looking good for Elon. First hand back from the break. Gonna need a lot of help real quick.
I throw some diamonds up there.
And there is a queen. 5 outs 2 times.
Oh.
And there it is, the 7. Now needs to fade a king, 10-3, and dub. Somehow, some way, Elon gets it in, light years behind.
Play bad, but
And finds the miracle run out to double up. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Like, you're just like gifted the chips and a massive chip advantage going into heads up, and then no, you lose the hand. What will this do psychologically to Manny? My goodness.
Thank you.
The fucking queen on the flop was no bueno.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I had a queen too.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my lord.
I think I had queen 3.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
So Elon stays alive. We did have a level up there, so we're going to have a 300K big blind.
Okay. We do it now. Fine.
Wow.
Excuse me, 400? Wait, I thought we were just at 250. Yeah, we're at 300. Okay, so don't pay attention to the blinds in the upper right-hand corner. We're at 150, 300.
Oh, fuck. That was...
Manny taking that one pretty well, though. He's laughing it off. I think a lot of people would be grumbling and in a little bit of disbelief. He is shrugging it off.
Even with the queen on the flop.
Just got to keep your head down and keep playing, right? You can't just give up. You can't start lamenting your misfortune. You still have the chip lead. You still have your opponents in a tough spot. Got to just keep going. Here we go. Manny calls from the small blind. Elon checks.
1 checks. 2 checks.
And until we get the blinds fixed here, these pots are going to be all wrong. As it's showing, 1.2 million in the middle, and there is only 900,000 in there. But all of this is out of my control, as this was pre-recorded, so we're just gonna roll with it. Bet of 400,000 here from Manny. It looks like Elon's about to give him the business with the 9 high, like a boss. And sure enough, he's like, no, I don't think you actually have anything here. And if you don't, what are you gonna do? Like, are you gonna like bet call with a queen high or something? Probably not. Gutty play here from Elon. Does Manny just muscle it back the other way? No, he doesn't. Lets it go. I think Elon there, a little bit of injection of confidence doubling up through the chip leader there moments ago. Then you were all in with 8-7 against Kings. Man, you find your way into some tough spots, man. 4 deuce, 8-7 both times against Kings.
1 folds.
I don't know what kind of games you're playing, man, but
So close.
riding pretty close to the edge. Ooh, gotta love it. Straight draw, straight flush draw. Ooh, combo draw, yeah. Those feel like you got cheated when you don't hit. You flop the up and down like straight flush draw. You're like, cool, we're gonna win. They just like turn over, just like an overpair with no blockers, and you're just like, yeah, we win for sure. And then it's just like a dusty brick on the turn. You're like, oh well, no, surely we get there on the river. And then it's just like a board pair on the end. You're like, what? That's not allowed. I understand that. All right, 21 big blinds here on the button. Elon gonna open it up. And Evelyn, ace-4, offsuit. Would love to see a 3-bet here. Non-all-in, but she's just going to fold and let Manny do the work from the big blind with king-queen. He will make the call, and here we go, heads up to a flop. King in the window. And no help behind it here for Elon. 2.2 million in the middle, so we are going to have a C-bet of around 1/4 pot, not quite 1/5, but definitely a down bet. And Manny could go both ways here, check raise or check call. Does settle for the latter. And 6 of diamonds now, two-tone board on the turn. Elon with 2 black cards. Kind of one of those spots where it's like both good and bad for you that you don't have any hearts or diamonds. But yeah, I think you're just getting a little too adventurous here if you just blast, blast, blast with ace-5 here. And now with 3.2 in the middle, Manny here should feel he's got the best hand, but one of those situations where do you sort of bet to make it look like you're bluffing and try to get called by like a 10 or a pocket 9s, right? Like, do you keep it, you know, at a size that can get called, or you just go big and try to cooler king jack, king 9? Doesn't really matter there, as the lowly high cards were destined for the muck. Elon down to 5.1 million, 17 big blinds. All right, a reminder, the next player to go out, just about 43,000, then 58, then 87. So when we do get down to heads up, these players will be playing a $29,000 heads up match.
2 raises, 900.
Pretty incredible, right? Like if somebody sat you down and was like, all right, here's this other person. These are your chip stacks, and whoever wins gets $29,000. The other person gets nothing. Obviously, it's not nothing, but they've already locked up the same amount. And so it's just extra, right? So it's just awesome. I love it. I love tournaments. I love it when we get down to heads up. I love the thrill of, you know, playing shorthanded. Everybody's got like 35 big blinds or less, you know, I mean, it's just like, it's awesome. Manny here, of course, has over 60 big blinds, so actually just very healthy. Both opponents, though, in tricky spots. Evelyn under 30 big blinds to start this hand. 9-6 is the raise from Elon. Evelyn here with a blackjack hand. She's going to let it go. And I like the activity level that we've seen from Elon. Just not going to go quietly into the night here.
Huh?
That's why they didn't color up some of this red on break.
Yeah. We're going to need right after this.
Yeah, we should color up a little bit.
This one have a lot of chips, though, on the table.
Do I prefer playing 6-handed or 8-9 or 10-handed? I definitely do not want to play 10-handed. Get that out of my life, please. So
600.
I think the ideal for me personally is 8-handed. I think that you maintain a higher level of activity on average for the players, right? Because you just get rid of the early position opening ranges entirely that are very tight, right? Like under the gun 1, and you just jump straight into MP, middle position. Because the person under the gun is one off of the low jack, so yeah, you've just already got a little bit wider ranges from the get-go. I'll come back to that in a second as we've got our first three-way pot in quite some time. E7 high, the best hand at the moment.
6 checks, 1 checks, 2 checks.
And we're going to check all the way through. Free turn card here. Evelyn picks up a straight draw. And with 2 million in the middle, yeah, she's going to take a little stab at this. Oh my God, and when I say little, I mean little. 1 big blind. And this is either like super strong, right? Like she just has like a 9. I mean, it could be a queen. Who knows? It could be anything really, but 1 big blind, nobody ever bets that, right? I mean, Manny just feels squeezed in the middle there, so he's done. I think Elon, though, right? Like, ugh, this sucks. I don't know that you can fold ace high, or that you should, to 1 big blind, but yeah, they just let it go, and Evelyn gets it through with the jack high. Let's go. Anyways, I think 8-handed is just like the perfect blend of continuing to give players plenty of action, whilst also not forcing them into the blinds at too high of a rate. 6-handed to me is very fun. I enjoy it, but I think that it's more of a nuanced kind of a thing. Like, you should want to go play a 6-handed tournament in order to get that kind of an experience. Like, I don't think that I would want to play 6 max all the time, but 8 max is great. 10-handed, get that out of here, and 9 is whatever. So Evelyn picks up some chips there and is now trying to get her way up to 30 big blinds.
1 folds, 2 calls.
Elon will defend the blind, and we could see some interesting textures here between these 4 cards. And indeed we will. Middle pair for Elon. Evelyn with a gut shot.
6 checks.
So we go check, check. And wow, what a turn card here for Evelyn. Drills the gutty, which gives Elon 2 pair.
2 checks.
And the stack to pot ratio is around 3.
I never checked.
We could see
I thought
a bet and a check raise here and sort of get all the chips in, right? It's a smallish bet, though, 600,000. So this would be an overbet jam if Elon went for it, but it's kind of tough to find an in-between size because you've got a very... Oh, Evelyn bet out of position. Oh my goodness, that adds a whole nother wrinkle to this. Now I think Elon is super incentivized to check raise all in. Oh my goodness, this is going to be disastrous.
I'm on.
I call.
2 raises all in. 6 calls. 10, 9.
Right.
Jack 8.
Wow, that sounds like very fun reading that you've got over there,
All right.
Ted.
10 or 9. Let's see if I can do it.
Holy smokes! So Elon does indeed go for the check jam all in, and Evelyn is going to collect all of his chips just like that. The 10
She hasn't
on
We said
the
the other night,
turn.
right? We were like,
Yeah.
you were at my table, right?
I don't know. We were at the same table
I
right
think
before
we're
we
like-
finished.
I don't know.
Evelyn's like, she prognosticated this. We're going to be heads up. He doesn't remember that.
Thank you.
So Elon going to be our third place finisher, $42,920. Don't pay any attention to the misprint there. $42,920. The next player to be eliminated here
I just wish I had knocked him out with queen
is going to be taking home $58,250. The winner, $87,510, and the PokerAtlas Tour main event title trophy. Hopefully we'll get that out here on to the table momentarily, as we do have a dealer change.
There's just no way.
And yeah, this is going to be a heads-up match for nearly 30K, 29,000 effectively. Heads-up match. And Evelyn, being the recipient of Elon's chips, is actually going to come into the heads-up match here
No, it does not.
at only a slight disadvantage.
That's all I did.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. That's quite a come up for 120 bucks. That's a good return on investment.
Yeah, that was.
Not bad.
Oh, so Evelyn's saying that she got in on a $120 satellite entry as well. That is all that she invested to get into this tournament, and she is guaranteed at least $58,000. I mean, you can basically just write the 120 off like it didn't even exist. You're up 58,000.
10, 11, 12, 13.
Congratulations to her, to both of these players, of course. But wow, what a fantastic
13,
result
3.
for Evelyn.
13, 3, 25.
I think it's just all the electronics in there.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13.
I've seen her pop out of here.
14.
Wait a minute.
Heads up kind of
No.
confuses me.
You have 10 plus the 2 green is 1. That's 11. Then 2 stacks of red is 1.
The button is always the
So
11,
that's 12,
13.
13.
And then there's 14.
14.
14.
Okay,
1,
14,
2, 5.
25.
All right, so we're a little bit off on the count, but all said and done, Evelyn has about 14 million. Manny up around 19. And here we go, heads up match underway for the title. Hopefully, again, we'll get that trophy out there. It's always nice when they put the trophy out. I don't care so much about the money being on the table. It's like, yeah, we'll deal with that part later. But, like, you know, put the trophy out there, make us feel like, you know, heads up has started. There's something special going on with, you know. It's always like a cool looking trophy too, especially the PokerAtlas ones. They've got like the globe and the whole thing.
Sorry.
Jedi Master Ted says chop chop coming. I don't know about that. You know, my guess is that Manny here will recognize from the course of the game that he's been playing here this evening that he is the more experienced player. I certainly have played with Manny in many tournaments here around Austin, whereas Evelyn, I think, relatively inexperienced, especially in a spot like this. So I'm not saying that a chop couldn't happen or that it shouldn't or anything. I mean, it's up to the players. Do what you want to do. But my guess is that Manny in this scenario would recognize, I have an edge. I have the chip lead. I should be pushing for the win before any talk of a chop comes about. Now, if Evelyn gets lucky or starts, you know, getting a rush of hands or whatever it might be and sort of starts to chip away or maybe even take the chip lead away, and they start, you know, they get to a place where Manny is down 2 million, but they're roughly equal, then you might start offering a chop or whatnot, right? As a possibility. But yeah, I mean, starting with a chip lead, having a little bit more experience in tournament poker, I think pushing your advantage is always a good move.
Leaving the blind up as much as possible. So like you just pushed it to me, but you could have just left 300. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Noted, sir. Got it.
Ace here for Evelyn on the button. And, I mean, I'd really love to see a lot of opening and 3-betting here. I mean, obviously, I just like to see players get after it. And, you know, really kind of try to set the tone in heads up of like, I'm here to play. We could have a big collision here right off the bat. I think these players are a little too deep to just be launching it all in with fives, but I mean, certainly we could see a 3-bet. And we do. Manny takes it up to 2 million, and this is going to be uncomfortable for Evelyn with the ace-4 unsuited. And she will let it go. And yeah, Manny already widening that lead. Started off 19 to 14, now up over 20, almost 21 million to 12 and a half.
Hey, Kristen, feel free to yell.
All right, what do you guys think? Is Manny going to take it all the way? Chip lead to start the final table.
Okay.
Chip lead at heads up. Is he going to bring it home? Or is Evelyn going to go from, let's see, she came in, I mean, she had a healthy stack coming into this final table. It was middle of the pack somewhere. Or is she going to run it all the way up to take the title? Or third option, will they indeed settle on a chop at some point? My bet is that they will not be chopping. I think they're playing it out. And I think Evelyn has been playing great, and I think she is very much capable of turning things around here. But I think Manny's got the edge. Jack high two-tone board here. Evelyn with the gut shot, overcard, and backdoor spades. So a lot of opportunities here for her, and Manny with a whole lot of not much.
Check.
Checky, checky. Evelyn there with a long delay between seeing the flop and checking, perhaps indicating to Manny that she has some piece of this as he snap checked that back. Of course, he also just had disconnected garbage, but does pick up a straight draw here on the turn. Gut shot to the 8-high straight can also hit the 2 for the 6-high straight. And Evelyn is once again going to bet a single blind. 300K is the wager. Manny makes the call. 2.1 million in the middle, and is someone going to get there? Evelyn is. Drills the gut shot to make the nuts. Unfortunately for her, Manny has absolutely nothing. And so if she value bets this, he's likely just going to be given an out. Of course, he also has just 6 high, so if he's going to bluff with something, this is certainly the kind of hand you might do it with. 6 high, no heart in hand, right? Like, but yeah, she bets way too big for him to even think about it. 1.5 million, and that's the end of that. Well, we're down to the end here. 140 hands have been played. Manny, 20 million. Looking to close things out here against Evelyn. Evelyn looking to spin things back up. $87,510 on the line for first place. While we get this hand going, just a reminder, the Trailblazer Tour currently going on at RGV, the Rio Grande Valley location, will be running through and past Christmas, but then next month, January 21st through February 3rd, the Trailblazer Tour goes to Dallas with a $1 million guaranteed title event, $800 buy-in, as well as a 400K multi-flight for only $365. Plenty of opportunities to get in on the action and hopefully be on a final table just like this one, playing for your share of the massive prize pool. Manny checks his option from the big blind with pocket 8s, flops top set, and Evelyn has top pair. This could be a monumental showdown. One big blind is the bet from Evelyn. With 2 clubs out there, I think Manny is incentivized to raise immediately, and he does.
900,000.
And wow, what an incredible spot here for Manny, flopping top set against an opponent who has flopped top pair. Check raise to 900,000, so relatively modest check raise of 3x the bet, which was only 1 big blind. How do we proceed now for Evelyn? I think standard operating procedure is to just call and sort of evaluate some turns. Queen would be absolutely devastating for Evelyn. And it is a scary card. Front door flush completes. I think your hand is still good enough to bet for value if you're Manny, but you have to be cognizant of the size because your opponent is now either ahead of you with a flush or behind what is perceived to be a potential flush and going to have a hard time continuing if you bet too big. 1.7 million from Manny. I think this might just be too big. Yeah, you can see the look there on Evelyn's face. She is not a fan of that turn card, especially when you get check raised on a flop like that. It just feels like the flush is the most likely culprit. And yeah, just not only is it an unfortunate turn card, but I think that turn sizing just a little too big for Manny to get paid. But does take another chunk out of Evelyn's stack, and we're not quite a 2-to-1 chip advantage, but drawing in on it here for Manny. All right, so we got started here at right around 1 o'clock Central Time. It is now 4:40, so not quite 4 hours in after we got through like an hour and a half or so of this tournament on Monday night. So all told, we're talking 5, almost 6 hours. Well, I guess going on 6 hours. The final table here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, for hanging out. And we'll see who brings this one home. Bottom pair for Evelyn to go with the aces on board. Manny has some backdoor opportunities. So it says that Evelyn's on the button, but we can see the button in front of Manny, so we must have lost the cadence somewhere in the graphics. Or somehow we had a hand occur where the button got moved twice or something. I don't know exactly, but Evelyn here is out of position. She checked the flop and is now facing this bet from Manny. Check raise here is not out of the question, but check fold is what Evelyn settles on. Does the computer read that the burn was a jack? You mean like as far as removing outs for equities? It shouldn't. Otherwise, how would it know that there's less one jack? I mean, that's a good question. I wasn't really paying attention that closely, but yeah, if there's only 2 hands shown, then it shouldn't read the burn. I mean, the burn is going off to the side of the scanner. I don't know, but that's very interesting. I mean, we should keep an eye on that, I suppose. That's what the bar said. Interesting. I don't know. Normally, it should always just like show which cards are removed because it's the hands that were folded, right? I mean, that makes sense, but shouldn't be registering anything else. I don't know. I mean, if it does do that, then that's a glitch. Like it may show that certain cards are not available as outs, but not because we actually saw them or something, but just because there's a glitch. I mean, we didn't see the burn, right? Did we? I mean, we don't know that it was a blackjack. You're just insinuating that it was blurred out, and that's that it might have been the burn. Yeah, but I don't think. I think if it is indeed doing that, it's because there's a glitch. But that's actually good information. We should look into that. I will pass that on to the production team. They can talk to the guys at RF Poker and see if there's something to that. All right, 7-6 suited here for Manny on the button. We do have the button in the correct position. Evelyn will call from the big blind, and we'll look at a king high flop here. Pretty good for Evelyn. And she is going to lead out.
900,000.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to accuse you. I wasn't trying to say that you were saying anything untoward. Poor choice of word. But yes, you are correct. All right, just 7 high here. It always feels weird when someone leads into you and like it should be your board. Unlike what we saw Scotty doing earlier, where he was leading out when it was like his big blind board. But yeah, you're just sort of handcuffed to your actual hand strength there. Manny just has to let it go. It doesn't matter. Range advantage be damned. All right, we're stuck in the past here. The action tracker is still showing the 7-6 suited, but the action is on Evelyn, and that hand is in the past.
Raise. 600,000. 600,000.
All right, so we'll get these cards cleared out, and then we'll have to rescan. But we're going to get a re-raise 3-bet incoming here.
2 million.
Man, I wish I knew what these cards were, but in any case, Evelyn here raising the button. Facing a healthy 3-bet. And Evelyn will make the call.
Call.
4.3 million in the middle. Evelyn, the effective stack at right around 10. So stack to pot ratio a little over 2. Very easily could be the biggest pot of the tournament. Ace high flop. These hands are from the last hand, so we never got the new hand scanned in.
1 million.
But we get an ace 7-5 two-tone flop here. Again, this is a 3-bet pot, so both players could have a piece of this. Evelyn lets it go. So we will never know what truly transpired on hand number 145. But regardless, Manny now extends the chip lead to greater than 2-1. A double up, though, would, of course, just flip the script. Evelyn would take over the chip lead, so not out of the woods yet. But Manny in a very strong, dominating position, looking to power his way through to the win.
Can I use this one or does it matter?
Yeah, I think you can use this one. Actions over here. Raise. 600,000.
All right, so now once again, somehow we've got the cadence of the button and the big blind out of sorts.
Re-raise.
As Evelyn puts in a 3-bet from the big blind.
1.2 million.
Jedi, is there such a thing as a weak dominating position? I would say so. Ace 4 versus Ace 3, that's a weak dominating hand.
Kristen, I have a question. Yeah, so he can use this dot right here in front of him. Cool. Okay. Nice.
Nice roll hitting the 85 there. See if I can get in on the action.
Oh, okay, both of them. Okay. Oh. Big blind swap. Okay. Also, you can use this dot. Okay.
Come on, big money. Oh, man, a 5?
Thank you, Chris.
Bogus. All right, Evelyn here on the button, 8-7. And I think there's a temptation when you're down and things haven't really been going your way to maybe just like start limping and trying to kind of just see some flops and see if you can work your way back by making hands. But yeah, I think you need to keep up with the aggression even when you are at a disadvantage, and even maybe more so, you should be doing that. Evelyn here raises with the 8-7. I like it. And 5-3 of diamonds that defend for Manny. Bottom pair for Manny, up and down straight draw for Evelyn. And yeah, sure enough there, it shows the 4 of spades is missing, and there's no way that we could possibly know that. So why is that card missing?
Check.
All right. Well, thank you for pointing that out, Ted. We need to have someone look at that because there shouldn't be any outs known. There's no way that even if that is like the burn card, that would have been possibly scanned in. So I think this is just somehow a weird error in the system.
Call. Check. Bet. 800,000. 800,000.
Call.
All right, big card here on the turn. Manny picking up a flush draw and a gut shot to go with it. Evelyn bets 800, gets called, and both players fail to improve. The pair of fives will be best at showdown if we get there. But Evelyn quickly reaching for chips. She has just 8 high. And 5.1 million in the middle. She bets quarter pot.
1.2 million.
I mean, when she bluffs very small. I mean, this is obviously just super nasty, though, if you're Manny. I mean, you have one pair of fives on King 10, 6-5 deuce. Your hand is almost better as a check raise bluff than as a bluff catcher. Yeah, so he folds the pair of fives. Evelyn powers it through with 8 high. Well done. Well, the small bluffs are few and far between normally. Evelyn using them very consistently. And I think the couple of times that we saw her do it earlier, she bet like 1 blind and got check raised. And then the other time she bet very small into 2 opponents and got that one through. It was 2 players with ace high. She bet 1 blind, got that one through with the jack high. Here she gets it done with 8 high.
Raised.
Love to see it. I mean, that's cool. It's really cool to see people implement unique strategies, and God, especially like when it works in big spots like that, is awesome. All right, betting a call or raising a call. And second pair for Evelyn. Manny with the betting lead, though. And is Evelyn going to lead into this pot? She is. Very awkward.
800,000.
If you're Manny. I mean, once again, it's just sort of like, what are you doing? Like, this is my board. You don't get to do this. And yet I have 6 high with no real hope to improve. So what other option do I have than to just grab my ankles, so to speak? I mean, if you have a diamond here, like the 6 of diamonds or something, the deuce of diamonds, like maybe, right? Like then you could just like raise and be like, bro, no, get out of here. You don't get to do this. But it's just the ugliest disconnected 6 deuce you've ever seen. No shot.
Raise.
Evelyn continues to apply pressure. Love this.
900,000.
900,000 as well. So a 3x open.
Call.
And Manny will make the call here. King 10 suited. So we've got an inflated pot here. 2.1 million in there. And it's second pair for Manny. And a 9 high flush draw for Evelyn. Both hands sort of middling strength.
Over here.
As far as the equities go, Evelyn, though, certainly with the most incentive, one would say, to try to power her way to a win. But she does check it back and now picks up a straight draw to go with the flush draw. Wow, Manny is going to hammer this. 1.2 million, over half pot with the second pair. And I mean, certainly you don't expect to be up against too many hands that are ahead of you, but every once in a while, right? Like, you should have like queen 6 suited, queen 5 suited, like queen 6 or queen 5 of hearts or something like that, where you just like see this board. You're like, I have top pair, but like, I'm just checking. So you can still have some queens out there, but I'm just a little bit surprised by the size that Manny goes for. Evelyn makes the call. And this pot up to 4.5 million. Can Evelyn get there? She cannot. Just 9 high here for Evelyn. Manny slows it down with a check. And will she go for this? She's looking at chips. And are we going to get the little tickle bet? No, she's going a little bit bigger. It is still small in relation to the pot, but it looks like 2 million. 1.5. Yeah, 1/3 pot bluff, not going to work. She tries the small bluff again and gets looked up by the pair of tens. Manny is not going to get pushed around when he's actually got something. 6 high, sure. 9 high, sure. He has to fold that, but big momentum shift there as Evelyn had been sort of working her way back into contention, but now back under 2-1 disadvantage. All right, so as we begin hand number 150, just a reminder that you guys out there, if you're not right around a Texas Card House location, or if you are, you can hop onto hijackpoker.com, get a free $20 with referral code TCHL20. Hop on the Hijack Poker app. You can start playing poker online, earn real cash, and cash out at any of the Texas Card House locations, as well as top up your time bank, whatever it is that you're looking to play. It's going to be available on their tournaments and cash games. Hijack Poker. Ooh, monster hand here for Evelyn. First big pair we've seen in a while. Facing this open from Manny. She hasn't done much in the way of 3-betting, but, pardon me, looks like that is incoming as we cross the 5 o'clock Central Time.
Right.
And here we go. 3-bet
Right.
confirmed.
$1,600,000. 1.6.
Yeah, exactly, Ted. So when you are ready to withdraw funds, let's say that you had a good cash session or maybe made a deep run in a tournament or something and you've got some money in your account, you can go into any TCH location and cash that out. It's almost like a like having a box in the club or whatever where you just keep your chips. You know, you play a session and instead of like turning it into dollars and walking out with, you know, hundreds or thousands of dollars on you, you just keep your chips in the little safety deposit box. Very similar thing, right? It's just in an online safety deposit box effectively. So you can move those chips in and out at your leisure at any of the locations. In fact, you can go in to a TCH location, withdraw funds from your hijack account and turn them into chips, play right there in the room. The world is your oyster. All right, suited connector here for Evelyn on the button.
Right.
Raise. 600,000. 600,000.
suited one gapper for Manny, and he will make the call. A battle of the bottom of the deck here. Red versus red, and it's a pair of fours. Manny outflops Evelyn, but she has a gut shot. Quick check, check. To a turn we go.
Check.
Or at least I thought that was, yeah, indeed. 10 of hearts now on the turn. Changes nothing. Check, check once again. Makes a lot of sense for Manny to just be checking with a pair of fours, but I do think that Evelyn here should be attacking with the gut shot and only 6 high. We're going to get to the end, though, and she's going to drill the 5 for a superior pair. And then Manny value bets the 4 now on the end. Really hard to get called by better. There's 3 clubs out there. There's a straight. There's infinite overcards for pairs. And I think he's just going to value own himself here. If Evelyn makes the call, and she does. Yeah, that's a bit of a misstep there, I think. Some much needed chips go in the way of Evelyn. She hits the lucky river card. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think you just walk up to the cage, you tell them you want to put it in your hijack account, and they scan your card or whatever, and you put it right in there. End of the month here. We've got the New Year Bang 500K guaranteed tournament replacing the even bigger one, 250, that usually premieres at the end of each month up at Texas Card House in Dallas. Several day one starting flights kicking off on December 26th, the day after Christmas, and running through the 30th. Day 2 going to be on the 31st, New Year's Eve. And the lucky finalists will come back on New Year's Day, 7 p.m. for the final table. I will be doing the live stream call for that. So come on down and hang out with us, TCH Dallas, and let's see you win a bunch of money here on TCH Live. Queen 10-6 monotone flop, pocket 9s for Manny, still out in front, but Evelyn does have a flush draw. And yes, there are tournaments on hijack. I'm not familiar with the schedule for how these things are all going, but I do know that some tournaments have been run on there. I'm not sure if there is like a daily schedule or what. Really just haven't gotten involved with it yet. I just don't really enjoy playing online as much as I do live, so I prefer to spend my time doing that. But yeah, check it out there. Scan the code, or go to hijackpoker.com and check it out. See what's on there. All right, we get to a river after Evelyn picks up a pair of 7s on the turn. Does not improve any further, but she is going to do some betting here. 3.1 million in the middle, and she bets 800,000. Another small bet. And unclear if the intent here is to get a fold or call by worse. There's really not a lot out there that can call you with worse. I suppose any 7x that doesn't have, you know, an ace kick in, but it's pretty thin. In any case, Manny here with effective third pair, he pretty much only beats a bluff or a 7, but he wouldn't expect a 7 to be betting here probably very often. But he picked off her bluff just moments before for the small size. Will he do it again? I think a call here makes a lot of sense. Again, like the price is just too good. It's such a small bet. He is ready to muck his hand. He suspects that he's going to get shown a 10 or something, but yeah, just a 7. And the lead grows just a little bit more. Evelyn down to 10 million. She hasn't quite dropped below into the 9 million and below up to this point, but she is getting dangerously close now. All it takes is one hand, one way or the other. Evelyn gets a monster, gets a double up, and all of a sudden she's on the other side of the chip advantage. Another reminder, if you're in the Dallas area and you're looking to play that tournament, you can also load up on hours. 9 for 99, 1 redemption per member per day per club. And don't think that you can go do this for your friends, but do come on in, load up your account. 9 for 99, pretty good deal. All right, 7-6 versus 8-5. Once again, we've got a dynamic where we could see some interesting dynamics on certain flops. This is one of them. Pair for Evelyn, straight draw for Manny. Rebel Poker, what's the over-under? You're setting it at 170? With the pace that we've been on, I would say that that's actually pretty good. Yeah, 170. Pretty good over-under. Okay, Evelyn bets flop, then check turn. 7-6 does not improve. Manny's going to finish with 7 high. He's been here before and just given up and then been shown a pretty dusty holding, but he's going to give up once again, not going to try to bluff one through. Unclear whether Evelyn would have called a big bet, but Manny has erred on the side of caution in these spots repeatedly. Jedi gonna take the over. I mean, I think that's a safe bet. We haven't had these players just launching, you know, a bunch of chips in there. They've really been playing it out. And, you know, Manny's on 70 big blinds, and Evelyn's on 30 plus. So, you know, with 100 big blinds in play, you know, we aren't necessarily just going to see a bunch of all-in type of stuff, right? I mean, it takes a very particular hand to try to get all of the chips in, and these two players have been mostly looking at pretty raggy combinations. Nothing there for either player. If someone sneezes at this pot, they're going to win it.
But 400,000, 400,000.
Oh, excuse me.
Small blind miss.
150, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 150.
All right, blind's still at 150, 300,000. Again, these players get 1 hour levels, which has really just made it so that they are getting a lot of play at this stage of the tournament. So often we see these $600 buy-ins, and anything really at, you know, 1,000 or lower. Maybe you get like 40-minute levels on day 2 and the final table, but like, you know, a long time ago we would have reached a point where these players would be at 20 big blinds, and, you know, all the chips would have made their way in the middle by now. But here we are, 4 hours into today, almost 4 hours and 15 minutes plus the time from the other night. And we are going strong. All right, limp on the button. That's right, Rebel. Every level, 1 hour, 60 full minutes before a level up. And it's unclear to me if we're going to go from 150, 300 straight up to 200, 400, or if we will have a 175, 350 level. I mean, with the amount of play that has already been built into the structure, I really wouldn't be surprised if they have a 175, 350 level planned. Bet and a call on the flop.
Bet 400,000.
Manny here still working with the same straight draw that he had on the flop. Evelyn, the pair of fours, seemingly going for another street of value with third pair.
2 million.
And here comes the raise. Manny is going to apply some pressure. And this is the danger of continuing to build the pot, especially with these small bets like Evelyn has been doing. You reopen the pot for your opponent, and third pair, while it might be comfortable calling a bet and, you know, trying to play a slightly larger pot, really doesn't love this. And now you just kind of have to feel it out, right? Like, are you getting punked? Does he just have a 6? Does he just have a 7? I mean, that's the case, but Evelyn lets it go, and she's now under 9 million. Sub 30 big blinds with a potential level up coming here before too long. Things are getting a little bit dicey. 3-to-1 chip advantage. All right, Rebel's going to take the under now. Thinks that we're going to get a champion in the next 13 hands.
Don't forget to scan your cards. Call 4.
These two players both seemingly very calm and collected, composed. Despite playing a $29,000 heads-up match. Evelyn limps the button and gets jammed on, as we did indeed just have a level up to 200, 400, so did skip the 175, 350 possibility. And here we go, 8-4 suited, certainly not good enough to call it off. She'll let it go and drop down to 21 big blinds at the new level. And now we may just see a bit more sort of big stack bruising poker here from Manny. You know, anytime he's in position with, or just like shows up with a real hand, or even just an ace, right? I mean, he can just attack her opens, go all in. I mean, it is dangerous. Like, you double her up, and now all of a sudden she has the chip lead, but, or that you guys are at least very close, but push her around a few hands in a row, and all of a sudden she's really in the danger zone. So we'll see. Jack 5 versus 8-7. Let's take a flop. Bottom pair versus a gut shot. Yeah, kind of tough to rep something here. Check back seems good. King now on the turn. And if Evelyn checks again, I think Manny is going to have to start betting to try to win this pot with what is likely to end as 8 high. Evelyn does check once again, but Manny is content to just keep checking. And improves to the best hand. Hits an 8 on the river. Evelyn would do wise to simply check once more.
Check.
And we'll see if Manny can find a bet here. I don't really think he should, but he disagrees. He thinks there is value to be had, and sure enough, Evelyn has the exact hand that he wants to extract value from, and it'll be tough for her to fold, honestly. I mean, the pair of fives is not like particularly inspiring, but he's just like check, flop, check, turn, now betting the river. Like, what? Okay, well, she finds the good fold anyways. I think I'm paying that off. I would have got.
Oh, sorry.
All right, 19 big blinds
Oh, yeah,
for
I
Evelyn.
put in my big blind touch.
And she's got 2 9s. Very strong hand, heads up.
Right.
Raise. 800,000.
And 2 overcards to the 9s here. The king 10 for Manny. Not the worst hand in the world to think about bluffing as a 3-bet, but he does just make the call. I think that's also totally fine. You'd hate to just get it in there way behind. And wow, what about seeing 3 overcards to your pair of 9s? Gotta feel good, right? We've all been there. You've got 10s. 3-bet somebody, they call, and it's just this flop, and you're like, what?
Check.
Check, check, flop. Check, check, turn.
Check.
And no improvement by the river. Evelyn here should just check and take her showdown most of the time. She can beat any smaller pair, and yeah, probably not going to get a king or better to fold.
Waiting for that bet.
No, sir.
Lying in wait was Mr. Manny. All right, hand number 160. Evelyn dangerously low here. 17 big blinds. Still really plenty of room to maneuver. I mean, of course, you think about it, if she doubles up, she's like very healthy again. So you never really have to get, you know, desperate or anything until you're down at 6, 7 big blinds. But it's very uncomfortable to look at another 5 high hand when you have this few chips. Well, 5 in the window gives Evelyn a pair, but it is inferior to the top pair of 10s. Could be dangerous here for Evelyn. Second pair, pretty strong heads up. Front door flush draw as well. So plenty of opportunities to sort of give your opponent some drawing hands. 600 for half pot. I'm sad that we don't have the trophy out on the table. Add another layer of sort of weight to these decisions. Evelyn here weighing her options with the second pair. and makes the call. 2.4 million in the middle now. Stack to pot ratio a little over 2. And it's another 5. Evelyn drills trips now on the turn. The miracle card she needed.
Sure.
That 1 million.
So check on the turn. 6 of hearts on the end, and Evelyn leads for 1.2 million, this time for half pot. Not the tiny little tickle that we're used to from her. And Manny hates it. He's got top pair, and he can feel that he's been bamboozled. I mean, this is just... I mean, he's got a solid read here on Evelyn. Whether or not he can actually convince himself to fold top pair in this spot is another matter, but I mean, he seemingly knows that he's beat. And I don't know, maybe, I mean, is it something about the fact that she's betting larger now? That it feels like she actually has it? Or did she give off something when the 5 came out? I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, I mean, I would have put those chips across the line probably
5, 3, 5.
1 second after she announced the bet. Manny had the read, though. He did not want to make the call. Evelyn gets a much-needed infusion of chips, and the disparity goes back to 3-1.
I should have folded. It's a nice turn.
Thank you.
What do you guys think tonight? We got the Chargers and the Broncos playing in LA. Who's going to come down with the W there? Big divisional contest between those two players, both of whom are battling for a playoff berth behind the Chiefs. My money is on the Broncos. I know they're away and the underdogs, but I think they show up there and make it a game. It's probably going to be close. I don't think they'll blow them out quite like the Buccaneers did last weekend. My goodness, I don't know what happened to the Chargers and that defense in that game, but they really crumbled. I'm not sure that the Broncos can put up that kind of a dominating effort, but we shall see. Rebel Poker says Chargers. I don't know, man. We shall see. They're a pretty decent team, but Bo Nix and those Broncos are looking good. All right, bottom pair for Manny is the best hand at the moment. Check, check, flop.
Check.
6 of diamonds now gives Evelyn a straight draw, and she will take a free river card that does not improve her hand. So king high versus the 2 pair queens and 5s. I would actually like to see a little value bet here from Manny, and indeed he will.
800,000.
Goes for 2/3 here. Yeah, tries to make it look a little bit bluffy. As Evelyn has been checking her hand the whole way, it sort of looks like she might have some sort of ace-high kind of hand you could get paid by. Just doesn't quite believe you. King high is a little bit speculative, so Evelyn lets it go. So I've got ye old Lad McConkey on my fantasy team in both of my leagues, so I need him to have a big night. So in an ideal world, the Broncos and the Chargers sort of have a shootout, and Lad gets like 10 catches for 140 and 2 touchdowns. That's not me being greedy at all. Hot garbage here on the button for Manny. And what do you do with hot garbage? You raise it up.
800,000.
Because your opponent could also have hot garbage. You might just fold. Evelyn, though, is a believer in the 9-5, at least enough to see a flop for the aforementioned price. 800,000. Here we go. Heads up. 1.6 million in the middle. Excuse me, 2 million in the middle after the call. And comes queen high, all hearts. Both players with a heart. Manny has the superior one, however. And yeah, I think if you're going to open the button with 8 deuce-0, you have to bet this flop. One third pot continuation. And a weird kind of spot there for Evelyn, but just lets it go without much thought. And the lead is extended further. Manny now up over 26 million. And once again, Evelyn dips down under 20 big blinds. All right, hand 163, 170 is certainly a tantalizing line for the over-under. 7 hands yet to go, but Evelyn certainly getting to a dangerous territory. 9-8 versus 10-9 to a flop. And neither player connects. All clubs, so Manny does have the 9 of clubs working. But we quickly check to a turn. One thing that we've for sure seen is some pretty quick actions. When there's really just nothing there, right? Like Evelyn just like snap checked that back, and now like it's check 2 on the turn, snap grabs some chips now. So she is just sort of not, you know, wasting time thinking it through. Check call from Manny with the turned flush. And now board pairs the 6 on the end. Evelyn here going to finish with just 10 high and goes for another tiny little bluff bet on the river. 800,000 is all. Should just be another easy call here from Manny. I mean, there's a world within which you could raise for value, but it's actually kind of tricky because if you get called, I mean, you could get called by a 6, which would be great. Oh my God, no. No. We folded a flush. Well, the over's looking better and better. Wow. Big fold there. Huge fold there. I mean, a 9 high flush. Heads up.
I had a flush.
Oh, she's going to give him the business.
Huh?
10 high.
She doesn't know how to respond. She didn't have a flush. Wow. She's giving him the business. Slide straight to his face. I mean, it's poker. Of course you do that, but it's funny. We haven't seen that from her yet. And then when he asked for a little bit more information, you could tell she was like, well, I didn't actually, but I'll say I did.
800,000.
Oh, I love this game. Have you ever seen someone in a poker game like lie to another person's face in the middle of a hand, be like, look, I'm telling you, save your money or whatever, like just fold your hand. And then like the opponent like believes them, does what the other person tells them to do, and then the player who lied to them like shows the hand to prove to them like that I just lied to your face. And then the other person gets mad at them for being dishonest. Like it's the most like quintessential like poker hilarity moment where like the person expects the other person to be honest with them. And oh god, I think it's so funny. Yeah, Rebel, you're not wrong. They are both playing quite passively in some places, and then in others, just all of a sudden, right? Like we've seen Evelyn twice. She picked the perfect times too. It was just like brilliant. She just like launches all the chips in there with like, you know, not the best hand, and her opponent just like couldn't do anything. 6 high versus 6 high. Manny bets. Manny will win. Almost assuredly. And Rebel says, yes, I do that sometimes. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of speech play and everything. Probably just because, like, I can bluff. Like, I don't have any problem lying to someone with my actions. But, like, to actually, like, talk to them and try to deceive them with my words is not something that I'm comfortable with. It sort of just goes against my moral compass, I suppose. So I just don't really ever get into that. But, you know, the people that do it and do it well can certainly use it to their advantage. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, especially when you've got a dynamic going that really favors you. Being able to use the table talk and everything in that instance to get paid or to get a big fold is pretty cool. But yeah, again, I just don't really go down that road too much. Evelyn here on 19 bigs, going to open the button with the ace-5. Manny defends. And neither player connects.
Check.
And this is just to be expected. Not every heads-up match is going to have, you know, top pair versus top pair or trips versus 2 pair, you know, just stuff like that. It's just a lot of this kind of raggy nonsense. But Manny does pick up the 3-outer on the turn to improve to the best hand. And after another round of check. Ace high shown down against a pair of 8s. Manny will take another one. Playing poker when you're broke AF? Yeah, well, I'm glad you got it through and it kept you afloat. Generally speaking, I think it's best to not be playing poker when you're broke AF. But we were all young once, right? It sounds, or it feels to me like that's every cash session that I play these days. Rebel? Someone's always got it. Evelyn here has King 5 suited. Pretty strong hand facing a button limp. And yeah, she is going to get after it. Tax an extra milli on there. I like this. Yeah, I know that feeling all too well. All right, we're about to get a dealer change, which may or may not indicate that we've got a level change coming as well. If the blinds go up again, no, I think it's too soon for that, right? 200, 400, didn't we just get up to this? Not that long ago. This was last week. Jedi. Yeah, right. Yeah. I was like, I doubt it. I doubt it.
Oh.
All right. New dealer in the box.
You giving me the peace sign like I'm out.
Will we get snap fireworks and out the door for Evelyn? Maybe 2 quick double ups and send Manny out the door before 170? I don't know. I think we're going over. I think that is where we're headed. But all right. 167 coming at you. Brand new dealer. Sling the fire here. Okay. Ace for Evelyn.
Oh man, yeah, you're in the red. Hello everybody. Hello. That's us.
3x open on the button, and Manny with a small suited connector makes the call. 2.8 million in the middle. SPR just a little over 2. And no help for either player. Evelyn has definitely shown a tendency to check these spots back. And wow, what an incredible turn card here. Of all the cards in the deck that could come, Manny hits the 3 of diamonds and goes from literally like no hope of winning this hand to now an open-ended straight flush draw. And I mean, with a hand this strong, you should be, yeah, just hammering away, right? Setting up a bet and river jam. Turn bet river jam. All right, 1.2 million.
1.2.
If Evelyn calls, she will have 5 million remaining, and there will be over 5 million in the pot. I mean, she's got the best hand right now, and she picked up a wheel draw. It's also not out of the realm of possibility that she jams this all in. I mean, she made the straight draw earlier and went all in and got the 2 ace highs to fold. She is just going to release, and Manny wins the pot, pulling away now to a better than 4-to-1 chip advantage. Things very dire now for Evelyn. 15 big blinds. Couple of 3s here for Manny. And this is the sort of stack depth where we just start jamming all in. Yeah, sure enough. Oh, Evelyn has the super dust. I was going to say, the equity shows 89% for Manny. I'm like, pretty much the only way that can happen is if she has 3 deuce. This is crazy. All right, that was hand 168. We are so close to the line. Oh, my gosh. A fun little mini game we've got here. 7-3 suited for Evelyn. She'll try to limp in, and she will get to see a flop. But it is not a good one for 7-3 of clubs. And it does not get any better. The straight now for Manny. Rebels wants to end it with a bang. Aces versus kings, huh? Well, it'll take a whole lot less of a hand to get all of Evelyn's chips in at this point. But I think aces versus kings would certainly do the job. It does sort of just feel inevitable at this point that Evelyn will get second place. It's just been sort of a slow and steady grind of the chips from the 7 seat to the 1 seat. But anything can happen. This is hand 170. We've reached the over-under. And Evelyn has ace-10 suited. And she's all in. So we are going over. Manny folds. Lock in the win for the over. Evelyn, 16 big blinds, still hanging around. Well, now I guess we got to set a new over-under line. I do think that we're about to see an all-in confrontation, though, in the next few hands. I think before 175, Evelyn's chips will all be in the middle. Ooh, a little bit of a pump fake there. Evelyn thought about going for it and then changed her mind. 178, yeah, decent line as well. Well, if you just can't get enough of the TCH poker action, we got the 500K guarantee New Year bang coming at you at the end of this month up in Dallas. TCH Dallas going to be running from the 26th through New Year's Day with the extra tourney, 50K guarantee, $250 buy-in. Also there on New Year's Day, kicking off at 10 a.m. if you don't make it to the final table. Had to have the cooler to get me, or they had no chance, says William Smith. Yeah, wait, I can't see from the image there. Were you Scotty or what? Ace high flop. Evelyn flops the flush draw, goes all in, and easy pickings there, chipping up to 6.4 million. Yeah, things were looking good in there, man. Tough run there, getting the queens in that spot for sure. Fantastic showing. I thought you played very well. We'll see you in the next one for sure. Hopefully we'll both be there. Final table, we'll battle it out. All right. Evelyn limps the button. And Manny contemplating. Gonna take it up with the king 5. And yeah, it really seems to me that there haven't been enough data points shown where either player really is limping monsters, right? Oh my goodness, wait a minute. Is Evelyn all in here? Is this real life? So she's gonna go for the limp jam. And this is, I was just saying, like, we haven't really seen enough to say, like, that this is a strategy anyone's been employing here, limping with monsters with the hope that their opponent will raise. If indeed, I mean, and it looks this way, yeah, Evelyn's all in. And Manny now is in kind of a predicament because he made it,
No, it seems like you like your hand.
I think, 1.2 million. Oh, yeah, he's going to have to let this go. Wow, she just bullies this through. Double up to double down or something. She was in there with the blackjack hand, gets a free 1.2 million. Or not free, I mean, she worked for that, but damn. She's up there now to 21 big blinds.
Whip on the shuffle.
So a mini resuscitation here for Evelyn. And now, the first time in quite some time that we've seen the ace-king here. Big slick for Manny. Rebel says King 5 suited was an okay hand to call with. I mean, it's not great. Let's be honest. It's not great. But he put 1.2 out there. I think she had 6 million. So he had to put like another 5 million in. I mean, that's a lot. I don't think it's good enough to call off with. I mean, we could see the cards. We can see that it was, you know, in pretty good shape against the 7-4. Evelyn does make the call here. Suited connector. And wow, what an incredible flop here. Up and down for Evelyn. Top for Manny. Scotty says too many big blinds. Yeah, I just don't think you can do it. Holy smokes. Evelyn's all in. She just donk leads all in. And Manny this time actually has a real hand. He's seen her do this several times, and he just didn't have enough hand to continue.
Oh my goodness.
Here it is for all of the chips. Can Evelyn find the double up?
2 or 7.
And draw us back to even? So far, so good for the ace-king. Gonna need a deuce or a 7. And it's not. Pair of 6s on the end for Evelyn means Manny is our champion. And gonna take home $87,510 and the PokerAtlas Tour
quite a return on investment.
main event trophy. And yes, that is exactly the response right there. Manny's gonna get the handshake and all of the chips for the winner's photo. Wow. Pretty incredible stuff there. Evelyn coming in runner-up. Fantastic showing for Evelyn, the hometown hero here, as the TCH front desk host. Gets second place for $58,250. And she entered for $120 in a satellite to make it that far. I mean, how incredible is that, right? That is absolutely amazing. So fantastic showing to both of our players. Again, of course, the biggest congratulations to Manny for coming in first place for $87,510. All right, well, that's going to do it for us here at TCH Social here in Austin, Texas Card House. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Rebel, yeah, no, we didn't get to see the trophy, and also our footage cut to apparently right before the cash game from last night or something. So we don't even get to see the winner's photo. In any case, that is going to do it for us here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Congratulations to you, Scotty, for your 4th place finish, as well as everybody else for tuning in. We'll see you next time for the final table of the 500K New Year Bang in just about a month's time. Not a month, a week's time on New Year's. And we'll also have some more live streams coming at you here, I think, in the coming week. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's to you all. We'll see you all here soon. Take care, everybody. Good night.